Thank you both for being punctual. Appreciate it. Hi, April. I'll bring you over. April, can you unmute? Hi. Good. I brought you over as a panelist. Is that why you had your hand up?
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, thank you. And I like your picture.
Oh, I actually have a video camera. Let's see. There we go.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So I wanted to just say that our item, which is 614 Hot Springs, was continued 2 weeks ago on 2-week continuance, but I don't see it on the agenda. So I don't know if it was going to be reviewed by staff.
It's not an automatic continuance.
Oh, what? Yeah, can you explain what the process is?
Did you work with your planner to get this back on? Because there's nothing we can do right now. So it's going to have to probably go on the 19th.
Okay, we did. Yeah, we delivered plans to Veronica King. I followed up with an email and a phone call, and I haven't heard from her.
Okay, so if you didn't hear from her, unfortunately, I didn't hear from her either. Okay. So I will contact her and we'll do our best to get you on the 19th.
The 19th. Okay, I appreciate the information. Who is this speaking?
Sharon.
Sharon. Okay, thanks for your help, Sharon.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay.
Sharon?
Hello, everybody.
Hi, John. Hi, Dave. Thanks.
Hey, Sharon.
Don, your mic is turned off, and Tarn, your mic is turned off. Okay, it is 12:45. David, do you have the screen yet?
I do.
So C1, okay. So we did ask for this FAR study, I believe. Oh, we're on for both preliminary and final. Dave, do you have any interest in participating as a panelist, or do you want to just be a computer operator?
I'll be the operator,
Okay.
unless you need me.
No, I'm good. So Claire, did you have a chance to review these drawings, please?
Yes,
And what did you think? I think we have a set of minutes, yes? Please?
well, there were,
Okay.
yeah,
Good project. Several members feel massing and addition appear acceptable without an FAR study. One member would like to see one, which is me, may return for a preliminary and final on consent. So Claire, did you have thank you, Don, for providing this FAR study. Claire, did you have a chance to review it?
I saw it.
And
Right.
did you have a comment about it, please?
No, I don't have a comment on it.
Okay, well, mine is, Don, I think you're barely there. I'm not so sure that I am in love with this study, and I think it actually proves, Claire, that this neighborhood is not as large as you think it is. But do you have any comments about the rest of the drawings? Should we go through them really quickly, please?
Well, I went through all the drawings. I mean, and yeah. I don't have if you really want to, I don't have any problem with this project, and I don't have any problem with the FAR overage. Okay, that's my.
Very good. Thank you for being so clear about that. So would you recommend a final approval of preliminary and final approval for this project?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anybody, Don, do you have any other comments, or Tarn?
Well, yes, I do. When you buy a property in Burnham Wood, the homeowner association says you could build used to say 7,000 square foot house, but it was changed to a 6,000 square foot house. And somewhere the county has that approved that original 7,000 square foot language in there. Do you think you will be able to restrict that from a homeowner that buys in there?
Well, there are many layers of approval that are required, as you know, and it's got to meet all of the requirements, not just one group. So I have never thought that a local homeowners group can trump the county's approval process. So you may disagree with me on that, but I don't think that that's true.
Okay, well, I was just wondering when the original Burnham Wood development plan was approved in 50, 60, 70 years ago. Anyway, I don't want to waste your time, but thanks a lot.
Okay. Okay, so we are on for both preliminary and final. Is there anybody that's attending this Zoom meeting that would like to address the board on item C1, 534 Las Fuentes Drive, please?
I don't have anybody here, John, and I didn't receive anything.
Okay, thank you. So I'll close public comment on this, Don. I don't know what I want to do with this, but we will recommend it up to the full board and see what happens, okay?
Okay, do we need to attend for that?
You might want to. It's going to be within 10, 15 minutes after we get started. We do have a little bit of business to do before we get to the consent calendar.
Okay.
Very good, thank you. Item
Thank
C2, is there anyone here for that project, please? Anybody?
I sent out invites. Don't know. Don't see anybody from that camp.
And, okay, can we look at the drawings, please? So Claire, did you have any comment? Shall we just go through these quickly?
Yeah, I don't have any comments until we get to the lighting plan.
Okay, let's get down there, please. And what are your comments about that?
This isn't the lighting plan.
Next one.
Next one. Next, oh, here. Is that I don't think that the lighting that is proposed around the this massive driveway, which I know we talked about and we ended up approving it this way, but these ones that front to the street, especially the one that's that's outside the wall, from what I can tell, those two that are outside the wall, I don't think those should be there. That's my personal opinion. I don't think we should be, we need to have lighting on the streets, And
These are path area lights,
yeah,
right?
they're pathway lights, but why do we need to have them? So that's just my comment. I'm fine with the project as a whole. I just think these two lights that are right on the street should be taken out of the plan. That's
Dave, can you go back to a site plan, farther up the set?
The landscape or the?
No, the real site plan.
real one?
So
Okay.
all the way up, probably one or two.
Seem to.
Yeah.
So on the left of this plan.
See, yeah. So I just think those two, the two lights that are out, on the street should be removed. I would like to see the ones removed that are on the, on the edge of the driveway. I don't think those are needed either, but, whatever.
Well, shall we continue this project with the comment that the board finds the lighting to be inconsistent with other approvals and that they should come back eliminating the lights?
No, well, for me, I'm willing to approve it. It's here for final approval. If everybody, if other people, if you and I, if you don't disagree, if you're okay with the lighting, then let's go ahead and approve it.
No, I think that we have way too much light on all of these projects. And so how would you describe that? Let's see, which way is north? I don't even see which way north is. Okay, there's north. So it would be the western.
Yeah, the western. Yeah. See, I just think that there's one, two. Well, I'm willing to leave the two that are along the driveway. It's that are on inside of the wall. But the ones that are outside next, the pathway light that's on the outside of the gate on both sides, those are the ones that I think should go away. That's my.
How do we identify that?
Well, it looks like the two.
let me ask you a question, Claire. If we made a motion for approval with the applicant to work with you to reduce the amount of landscape lighting, you and the planner, would you be willing to
Yes,
take that on?
yes.
Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So it's a little hard to describe some of this.
Yeah, well, it was hard for me to find out, I mean, even trying to figure out where those lights were inside of what plan, I mean, it wasn't,
Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. Again, we're on for preliminary final. Is there anybody here that would like to address the board on item C2, 1409 Schoolhouse Road, please?
I didn't,
Maybe me.
no, oh, there you are. Okay.
Mark, are you the guy? Who are you with this?
I think that's the address. It's on Schoolhouse Road.
Yes, it is on Schoolhouse. Do you want to comment to the board, please?
Okay. Sorry, am I late? I thought it was started at 1.
The consent calendar starts at 12:45.
Oh, okay. Good thing I came a little early then, which is a little late for you guys. Okay. Yeah, you guys already saw this once before. It's basically the back area by the pool. It was a pool equipment house and the fireplace structure. This is the site plan. So it's right in the middle on the, in the back there where you see the big table.
Yeah, I don't think we have problems with that. We believe that Montecito should actually be darker rather than lighter. And Claire has some concerns, as do I, about the number of lights on the western side of this project. Claire, do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, so for me, they're all pathway lights, I get that. But I think that there are too many pathway lights, especially along what would be the western edge of the property or along the driveway, where the driveway entrances are on either side. Those, I just don't see any necessity to have pathway lights on the outside. Yeah. So that's why
I didn't know. I'm sorry. I didn't know that was part of the scope of this review. I thought we were just talking about the back area.
No, you're here for preliminary final approval on consent of this project, the whole project. And what got added that we hadn't seen prior was the lighting plan. Now the lighting plan is part of your approval, and I
think that got approved way before. This project's almost complete.
No.
Hold it, Claire. What I think we need to do is to ascertain whether or not this did receive approval, which we will not be able to do now, okay? So I think we need a motion that says something like to verify the lighting plan was approved and go from there. Is that okay with you, Mark and Claire?
Yeah, I just don't ever remember that
I don't either.
Saw or reviewed a lighting plan,
So Mark, are you okay with that?
Yeah. Are we still going to review the back part?
We're okay with it.
Okay, cool.
Okay. So, and if it has not been approved, what I would like to do to try to keep things moving through the system, Mark, is to have you and Claire work with the planner. So sort of offline, as it were, to get this right.
Okay.
Okay.
But this was probably in the landscape architect's plans.
I don't
correct?
see a landscape architect here.
You
You
know?
know what I mean? Okay, so we are about ready to start the full meeting. So I think I know what to do with this. Okay, and just hang in there, Mark, and we'll go
Okay.
from there. Okay. Okay, so how many members of the board do we have?
We have 6.
We have 6. So is Tip with us today?
Oh, 7, excuse me.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm here.
good. So, good. I'm glad to see that your face.
thank you.
Okay, item number, I would like to call the, what are we? Cinco de Mayo Montecito Board of Architecture review to order. First item on our agenda is public comment on any item that's not on our agenda. Is there anybody out there that would like to make a comment, please?
John, I received a letter
Okay,
for a project that's not on the agenda, but you have seen before, and it says, "Dear Ms. Foster, we want to go on record with MBAR as being generally in support of the Yaffe addition at 768 Ayala Lane." That's up for that. Well, it's not for conceptual review, but we want to request story poles so that we can more fully understand the effect of the project on our Mountain View corridor. We live at 730 Ayala Lane, adjacent and south of 768. So, and that's from Maren Hansen and Steve Eisenstadt. And I believe that it is coming back for story poles.
can you get that off to the planner, please?
That's not on the, that project is not on the agenda, is that
That's right.
correct?
That's why it's under general comments right here. So
Oh,
Sharon,
got it. Okay.
can you get that off to the planner, please?
I will, thank you.
Okay, so Kimberly, do we have you on board?
You do indeed.
Excellent. So item number 2, reconsider the circumstances of the COVID-19 state of emergency. Has anything changed out there in the world that would mandate that we have in-person meetings, please?
Nope, there have been no changes.
Okay, thank you. So I guess I would like to move to continue. This was the wishes of the board as we chatted last week, to continue to meet online with whatever findings need to be made. I'm not sure what those are. Is there a second, please?
I will second that.
Is there any discussion, please? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Agenda status report. Sharon, anything?
No, thank you.
Dave, you are out on what item, please?
I believe it's 6.
6?
Yes.
Is anybody else out on any item, please?
I need to, I need to be out between 2:45 and 3:15.
Okay, so not a particular project, just another commitment.
Yeah, I have to, yeah.
Okay, whatever. Minutes of April 21st. Does anybody have any comments, please?
None from me.
Okay, I have several. On the first sheet, right at the bottom, last line on it, there is no dash between number 5 and 21. It's a little confusing. If we could just make it like the line directly above it, that would be great in terms of form. Okay, item number 1. As we all know, I did not participate in this, but there's no comments, there's nothing. What happened, guys? Something.
Oh, that was the Westmont project.
That's Westmont. What happened, guys?
I think
Well-
we gave them the okay to proceed forward. It was a concept review, and we gave them the okay to move forward.
Yeah, we like the project.
Okay, so we should say we like the project then, and
Yeah.
did you have a place for it to come back to? Would it come back to the full board? Did it come back to what?
Well, the agenda
Consent.
says project can return for preliminary and final on consent.
Okay,
That's what
so
we
I think,
said.
okay, so I think that what we need to do is to say something like, nice project or something, like what we normally do.
Yeah.
Is that okay with everybody?
Yes, that's good. Good way to go.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Now, item number 5. During the action, Wolf moved, seconded by Sharp, and carried by a vote of 5-0. What was moved and what happened? Was it to grant preliminary? What is it that happened with that vote, please?
This the Calle Hermosa.
I think it was to grant preliminary. Does everybody agree with that?
What, is this the Hermosillo project?
It's item number 5, which is,
335 by Hermosillo, is that it?
yeah,
Mr. Chair, that is
Hermosillo.
correct. You, the movement was to grant preliminary approval. My
Okay.
apologies.
That's fine. So let's just get those words in there so that it's clear what we did. Okay, big one. Item number 6. I think this is misleading, what is being stated, but I want to chat with the board about it. Ambar likes the design, reduction in height, extensive landscaping, and proposed exterior siding of the multi-purpose structure. I think that that's probably true, but I don't know that it's the entire truth, the whole truth. I think that the whole truth was we believed it was as good as it can be, but we believe that the parking demonstrates the potential overdevelopment on the site. Do other
But
members?
But I don't know that we said that in the I mean, we're going over
I
the.
know, I think I said it. I was the
But-
last one to comment. I believe I said that.
Yeah, I don't remember the overdevelopment comment, but certainly there were those that were concerned about the parking, obviously. And
Several members expressed concerns regarding the parking. That's what we said, that was what was said at the meeting. That's what's in the minutes.
Well,
and the
I
traffic.
believe that I said, and if I am wrong, I am wrong with this, but I believe I said, and what it does is it demonstrates potential problems with the land use, which will be dealt with at the Planning Commission. Now, Kimberly, do you remember that or not?
I do remember you discussing that some of these problems will be addressed at the Planning Commission. So that, yes, that language, that comment was in there.
I think that what this is, in my mind, and I could potentially be wrong, in my mind, this is a happy face. And I'm not so sure it was a happy face. I think it was, you know, if you've got a really tough project that may not be able to be consistent with the Montecito land use, you know, intent, it's as good as it can get, but it's not, you know, maybe it's not the right thing. I believe that that's what we were trying to get at, or I was trying to get at. And then Brian came back and said, yes, John, you hit it, the nail on the head.
I remember that.
So Kimberly, do you want to go back and review my comments and try to clarify this or extend this? Would that be acceptable with the board to have her re-review that?
It can't hurt, I think. Yeah, I see what you're saying, John, that we want to send this off to Planning Commission with the idea that, we're okay with the best, they did the best they could, but there's still some concerns from others about parking and traffic and congestion there, essentially.
And
Claire,
that's
did you
up
want
to,
to say something?
no, it's fine. No, never mind.
So Kimberly, could you go back and see if there were additional comments that should be added?
I would be happy to.
Okay, thank you very much. And is it okay with the board to give her a little bit of latitude to summarize that without our review on this important
Yes.
project?
Sure, yes,
Okay. very
Slippery
good.
slope, guys.
I know.
Okay, and then on item number 7, under the action, Aldrich abstained, Mendrell absent to grant. I believe we granted both preliminary and final. I think we left the preliminary out of here. Okay, anybody else got anything?
Nope.
Okay, so I'd like to move for approval of the minutes.
No, we can't approve them because you've given it over, we can't approve them, John, because we don't have minutes because you've asked for things to be added to the minutes.
Okay, I would like to move to continue the meeting of the minutes of April 21st to the next meeting for our further review. How's that?
Okay, yeah, well, that would be fine with me, yeah.
Everybody else okay with that?
I'll
Do I have a
Yes.
second for that motion, please?
second.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And I abstain because I was not at the meeting.
Excellent, thank you, David. Okay, Montecito consent agenda. We actually have 2 items today. One, Don Nolte, are you with us?
He probably went off.
Okay, well, okay, it was a Don Nolte project in Burnham Wood, I believe. And I had requested that there be an FAR study, which he presented on his plans, which shows that it's over, and I don't see compelling evidence that there's significant numbers of properties in the area that meet that. The case he wants to make is Burnham Wood was established 70 years ago. They said you could have houses larger than what you've got, what he has proposed. Claire thinks it's okay. I think the design is okay, except for this relatively minor thing. And how do you guys want to go ahead with it? You know that I am always concerned about house size.
What's the FAR?
It was 124, I believe.
Yeah, it's 124, that's correct.
And when we have those drawings, if you, in the upper left-hand corner, you can take a look. I think the numerics, David, is going to be better than the
Okay.
graphic. Those are the numbers right there. There are clearly some, but there are a lot that are not anywhere near that big. But what do you guys think?
John,
Hi,
may I
Todd,
interject here?
Yes, please.
So when doing this neighborhood study, there are 34% of the houses around there are over, and they're over by an average of 21%. So there is substantial amount of overages in the neighborhood.
Okay. But we've got to keep this, thank you for being so precise. Anybody else have any interests or concerns on this, or are we good?
No.
Okay, is there a motion for approval, please? For
C1?
both preliminary and final. Oh, before I do that, is there anybody that's attending this meeting that would like to address the board on item C1 534 Las Fuentes Drive? I think that's how you pronounce it.
No, nobody has their hand up, John.
Okay, so I'll close public comment. Is there a motion on the floor, please?
A motion to approval of C1?
For preliminary and final, Claire?
Yes, okay, I
Is
just
there a
want to be
second,
clear.
please?
I'll second that.
Any further comments, please? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? I think I'm going to vote no. So, okay, item number C2, please. Again, for preliminary final. I would like to, Claire and I expressed concerns about the amount of site lighting. As you all know, we have concerns about that. The applicant believes that that was already approved by the board previously. We're not sure, he's not sure. So what I'd like to do is the following motion. Move for preliminary and final approval with the planner to confirm that the site lighting was previously approved, and if not, to work in consultation with Claire Gottstanker to reduce the number of site lights.
On the western perimeter.
On the western side of the property, over near, the street is on the left, on the west, okay? Is there anybody that would like to second that motion, please?
I'll second that.
Is there any further discussion on it? Okay, so basically, planner verifies that the lighting was or was not approved. If not, they work with Claire. If they were, they've got their approval. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Members informational briefing. Anybody go anywhere or do anything, please?
No.
No.
Nope.
Okay, as it turns out, I did. Last Wednesday, not yesterday, but the week before, I went to the Kavli Institute of Theoretical Physics talk on the pandemic. For the last 12 years or so, I've been a friend of the Kavli Institute of Theoretical Physics and have attended many, many of their lectures. If this was not the #1 lecture, it was certainly in the top 2 or 3. Extremely fine information. And basically what this guy did was he developed a repository for all DNA samples worldwide that would be collected in one place and then analyzed. And what he did was he categorized them in terms of type against time, T-I-M-E. It was incredible watching how the pandemic spread, but one of the most interesting things, or maybe the most interesting things, was that I had always thought that the pandemic mutated sequentially in time. What he demonstrated in his talk is that right from the get-go, the very first month or two, all of the major variants were present in the world. And the conclusion of that was that there must have been a long incubation period in order to have all of those develop. And somehow they had to get released all at the same time. So you guys can go and figure out what that means, but the talk can be found at Kavli Institute of Theoretical Physics. So it can be found at using a search criteria of KITP public lectures. I would highly recommend that you watch it. It was incredible how good it was. Anybody else, please?
No, nothing.
Well, I might be out of the, I might not be at the meeting after this one, which is May 19th. May 19th.
Okay, thank you. Keep us informed. Staff update, anybody? Okay, thank you all. On to the main agenda, conceptual review. Item number 1, 1136 Hill Road. This is for approval of a as-built 12-foot high wall and an extension of that. Validation. Greg, are you with us today? Is somebody else here for us to present this project? Item number 1, 1136 Hill Road, please. Anybody?
Hold on just a sec, sorry. I sent him a invite. He got a mail notice.
Okay, I don't know how many of you have had a chance to review this project, but it is a seemingly simple project until you get into it. So I don't think we want to review it without somebody making the presentation. Does anybody else that had a chance to review it concur with that, please?
No, I would confirm, because I don't quite understand. I mean, I looked at the drawings and then I went, what, I don't understand what, I mean, this, I think part of this is an as-built and then some of it's not. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, yeah, that was what was confusing to me is
Yeah.
like,
And was the
what?
as-built permitted?
Okay, so what I'd like to do is to table this in case somebody's having a little trouble getting on. There has been a lot of traffic delay and things like that. So somebody might not have been able to get back to their office. And then if nobody shows up by the end of the meeting, I will ask for this to be continued. Item number 2, 975 Lilac Drive. Tom, are you with us?
Yes.
Excellent. Do you want to be succinct, clear, but fully describe your project, please?
Yes, I will.
Thank
So
you.
this is an existing Appleton project on Lilac that was finished a few years ago. And this is a new owner. On the ocean side of the existing house, there is a deep loggia. If you want to go to the floor plan, the existing floor plan.
I'll just stop here for 1 second.
Okay. It shows the amount of addition. We're infilling the loggia, not affecting our roof plan or footprint any, and that's where the additional square footage is coming out of.
It's not coming out, it's being added.
Added to, okay, so this is existing main residence. So the ocean is basically down to the bottom. And so there's that existing exterior loggia that's off of a connecting hallway between the kitchen and the family room. So we're doing a couple things there. We're pushing that exterior wall out to the face of the columns to expand the amount of living space that's facing the ocean. And then in the kitchen, there's that powder room that's also on the ocean side of the kitchen. So we're gutting the powder room and opening up that part of the exterior facade so you get more of an ocean view out of the kitchen as well. So those are the only first floor changes. If you look at the elevation.
Why is it? Okay.
Did you want to go to the elevations, you said? I
Yeah,
didn't.
let me go to the existing elevation.
John, I'm going to interrupt. Can we at least see the site photos at the beginning that that are part of this project? At the
Sure, that's perfect.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, I kind of we're talking about what we're doing. We can't even see the, okay.
Yeah, so it's the top right photograph that tells the story, basically.
Yeah, well, that's kind of what I'd like to see. I mean,
Yeah.
before we start going into the drawings. Okay.
Yeah, so this is the ocean side of the house. There's that deep loggia. The kitchen is to the left-hand side of the loggia with those 2 small windows. And then the family room is to the right of it. So we're pushing out the wall to the face of the loggia. In the center of those 3 arches, there's a beautiful arched door window. We're matching that in 3 locations. So the amount of glass we have facing the ocean through that new gallery space is quite a bit bigger. And then we're also making the windows from the kitchen towards the ocean bigger and eliminating that powder room so it doesn't obstruct the ocean view from the kitchen.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
And
I
now to the
understand.
elevations, I think
Yeah.
14, I think that'll get the project, yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
that's the proposed, showing so that center arch opening window is being mirrored on the 2 flanking arches. And then on the 2 windows to the left of that there's a small window from the kitchen that's now becoming a little step out with the Juliet balcony. So that's a much bigger opening. And then the window to the left of that was in the powder room in a smaller window. So the powder room is gone and that's becoming a bigger window over like a little desk area. So now you get a much better ocean view out of the kitchen. So those are really the only exterior changes we're doing to the project.
Okay,
Okay.
are you done then, Tom?
Is that brief and succinct?
It is, it was excellent, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tom.
Okay, questions of Tom, please. Anybody? Okay, let me start with Claire.
No questions.
Don,
No questions.
Bill,
Oh, color staying the same, Tom?
Yes,
Okay, that was it.
I didn't hear that, Bill.
I was asking him if the color of the building is staying the same.
Thank you.
yeah.
Tip,
No questions.
Elida.
No questions?
And I actually have one question. Can we go to the FAR worksheet, please? Under the guest house in the upper area, you see that 753? Tom?
Yeah, I'm looking at my table here. Yes.
Are you aware that that is a detached structure and should be in the part 3, not part 2 of this
Okay.
worksheet?
Okay,
Which will actually reduce your FAR when you do
Okay.
that, okay?
thank
So
you.
were you aware of that? That's the question.
I was aware that it was detached.
Okay,
I was unaware that the table was filled out incorrectly.
okay, very good, thank you. Is there any, okay, public, did I ask for public comment?
No.
Okay,
No.
public comment, is there anybody in the audience or attending this meeting that would like to address the board on item number 2, 975 Lilac Drive, please?
I don't see anyone, John. Thank you.
Excellent. Comments, please, from the board. Claire?
I have no comments. It looks like a perfectly reasonable thing to do, and I think we should just move it along.
Okay, is there anybody that has any other comments besides that?
We need a landscape plan.
Okay,
Oh, is there
No.
a change?
you're just doing interior work, right, basically?
Yeah, we're pushing the terrace out onto the lawn, so it'll just be an open air terrace.
Yeah, but you're not increasing the footprint of the building, correct?
Not the roof.
Well, in reality, though, is the question that I would ask if we're dealing with landscaping, is there any change to the existing landscaping?
Removal of lawn.
Okay, okay, fine. I have no problem with the project.
Okay, I have none either. Shall we move this on to the consent calendar for both preliminary and final, please?
Yes.
Okay, so there is no motion, Tom, because of concept review does not have a motion, so we will see you back at the consent calendar. Thank you very
Great.
much. Get all
Thank
the
you so much.
details, et cetera.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. Okay, item number 3, please. 745 Ashley Road. For those that have not had a chance to review the agenda, there are 2 projects, both 3 and 4, that are adjoining properties with the same architect and I believe the same owner. Yes. So we want to look at them each separately, but be aware that there are 2. Is there anybody here from KA Design, please?
Hi, John. This is Megan from Becker Studios. We're actually working with KAA on this project. So I'm going to be giving a brief introduction whenever you guys are ready, and they're going to be touching on all the design aspects.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Megan. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Perfect. So 745 Ashley Road. Thank you, John, for giving an introduction that we are presenting next the lower parcel. It is same ownership. First of all, this is the upper parcel. Our design architect is KAA. We were also consulting with watershed environmental biologists to determine ESH setbacks on the site, and then also Bosque Landscape Architectures in the landscape plans, so they'll go into that. Lastly, we've consulted with Jay Carlander, the historian. This parcel is a 6.14 acre parcel. There is an existing 2-story residence that is 5,887 square feet, and there are 3 separate guest houses, we'll call them, that are approximately, they range between 1,766 square feet and 1,267 square feet. The very beginning, we consulted with Jay Carlander just because the main house was constructed in 1900. Jay did lots of diligence. There were a lot of
Megan,
yes.
can we get, there are photographs of that somewhere?
Yes, go ahead and go to PDF page 2. So if
And
you
the house,
zoom in on the
existing
top
house
right,
is,
top right corner. Perfect. So there are, you see these appendages on the side that were added on over the years. That is the main reason all structures on the site were deemed non-historic due to just additions over the years. We are proposing to demo all of these structures and construct a new 8,776 square foot main house, a guest house of 800 square feet, and a cabana of 800 square feet. The guest houses that currently exist on the parcel, they're pictured here on the left-hand corner in the bottom. Actually, that's the pool house. Actually, in the middle, and the 2 middle rows there are the existing guest houses. They are actually built in the setback and they're just in poor condition. That's why we're removing them. Our goal with this project was to really respect the land from both an environmental standpoint and historical standpoint. You'll see in the proposed site plan that KA will present, we kind of tried to cluster the buildings in the same general locations. A, to minimize grading, and B, there is a lot of oak trees on the site just to maintain the natural environmental resources of the site. And I will hand it off to Esther Alva from KA to present the proposed site plan. Oh, one last thing. We are under the FAR. Our total FAR for the site, if you go to the cover sheet, it's 20% of the maxed FAR. That is because we have all these historical entitlements of the existing main house and accessory structures that we're using that square footage to apply to the main house square footage. So I will hand it off to Esther now to present the site plan or proposed site plan.
Thank you, Megan. So when you're ready, if we want to move to the proposed site plan. Thank you. So our proposed development of this with the new main house and guest house and cabana is to preserve the existing driveway. So you'll see that the main house itself is set quite a bit off from the road, from Ashley Road, and we're reusing that existing drive up to the main house. Up at the main house, as Megan mentioned, we are working within similar siding of the existing structures to be able to minimize the grading. So we found an elevation that worked and created access both for the guest house on the bottom left and the main house in the center. The other considerations of the siding of the main house were 2 sizable oak trees and an existing floss tree, which will be represented on the landscape site plan. And also just making sure that we have enough area and resources available for fire access. So that's the dashed circle off the motor court on the main house on the sheet. So within that constraint of the resources and the siting, if we want to just go ahead and move over to the floor plan sheet of the main building. Yeah, thank you. So we do have a very small mechanical basement. This is, well, when we get to the elevations, you'll see that this is very much underground and unseen from various elevation points. So the next sheet is the first floor. Again, motor court on the left-hand side, entry through a site wall. And the first floor of the main house has not only the garage, great room, communal spaces, stair hall access to the pool, and small and a couple of bedroom spaces and gym space. So all of this is existing or going to be existing or proposed to exist fairly much on grade and descend with the natural topography of the land in this area. Moving to the second floor, abiding by the same footprint more or less of the first floor, we wanted to push in the massing here and kind of recede from the boundaries of the first floor. So we have the master suite and also a couple of additional rooms programmatically, and deck spaces that overlook on top of the first floor below. So we can go ahead and move to the exterior elevations. That is page 11 there. You'll see how that massing starts to articulate itself. And yeah, so the architecture here is striving to definitely a more warm contemporary look. Wanted to express the post and beam structure that would be supporting this home, opening up the views, really wanting to take in the nature and the surrounding trees. The architectural elevations don't really show you how integrated this is into the land, but just there's a lot of natural resources here that you'd be able to experience, you know, from each of the interior spaces and the exterior spaces. And then if we just transition real quick to page 16 here, this is just some overarching inspirational imagery, the first two rows for the main house. So really looking to connect with the land, but also extend, you know, roof planes, create deep overhangs, covered spaces that can be naturally shaded, and really tie that into the expression of the structure of the building. So these are just a couple of examples of projects that we feel do that successfully. Right.
And 17, did you want to go to 17?
Sure, let's do that. So 17 are some very, very early studies for the material palette. We are trying to find materials that can be a connecting thread with the various structures throughout the property. So here we're using the Santa Barbara sandstone and weaving it into site walls and then also major building walls. So this is the motor court elevation, the first major wall that you approach off this motor court transitions you into the home. And there's an entry tower that's also rendered in the Santa Barbara sandstone. We're also studying a painted siding, or possibly looking at that being a cypress or similar natural wood siding, and then expressions of burnished steel with the door and window systems, and then any architectural accents. And these are just really simple early concept studies of the massing. So again, another view on the top left here from the motor court. There is an existing large floss tree that we've sited this entry around, which is represented in this rendering, although not precisely to its actual shape, but it's a very beautiful, large existing floss tree that we're working around.
Esther, before you go a lot farther, you jumped over the accessory structures. Can you go back and show them in plan and elevation, please?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
So, yeah, the accessory structures, if you want to go back to the site plan, as Megan mentioned, we are replacing the guest houses that we had in the lower left portion of the parcel. The existing guest houses were just not in, were dilapidated and just were in the setback. And so what we're showing here, number 3, is the guest house, the proposed the guest house here. And that structure is cited to kind of respect the setbacks and also create enough buffer between the neighbor and between this building. So plans for that are on the A500 sheet.
You know which page that is, PDF wise?
Yeah, let's see. Right there. I think it's 14. Yes. So this is a two-room guest house, just a gathering space and then a sleeping room. This building has a different architectural articulation. It's meant to hearken more to the cottage and San Isidro style inspiration. And so the idea here with the siting of this building is that it'll kind of live as a little folly within the landscape and really just be the charming little cottage on the property. And the last remaining accessory structure as part of this application is the Cabana. And this is located a little bit more easterly on the site. Cabana is adjacent to Sport Court. Again, this is a small single room, if you will, accessory structure. It's meant to for entertainment and as part of serving the Sport Court program. And this also single story, low to the land. We just wanted the architecture here to be all about opening up toward the views and the roof to follow the articulation of the grading, which is a very subtle descending slope toward the street.
Is that the end, or do you have landscape to show us, please?
We do have some landscape.
Great, thank you. I'll hop right in. This is Rob Madej from Bosque Landscape Architecture. I think we are on, the intro sheet here, and I think this is a great overview to piggyback off of this notion of resource and resource preservation that both Megan and Esther mentioned. I mean, from a high level, this is an incredible site. We just fell in love with it the first time we visited. Essentially, it's open space. There's an existing curvilinear driveway off Ashley Road that winds its way through 100-year-old plus oak trees. You couldn't have designed it better had you tried. So essentially that will all remain in place, and all of those significant oak trees along the driveway will remain in place. And then once it opens up to the larger portion of the lot, there's a significant amount of trees here that are quite aged and worthy of protection. And we're going to great lengths and worked with KAA in depth and the biologist as it relates to our ESH setbacks to locate all of these structures and minimize grading in such a way to preserve all of this inherent character that's on the site. You can see here there's a handful of trees to be relocated. If you zoom in a little bit further, there's a handful of fruit trees, there's some macadamia nut trees that we're planning to relocate, and some smaller oak trees that we'll be relocating as well as part of this project. So again, really relying on what's there and leaning into all of the plant material and working hard to be stewards of this parcel. But I think this is helpful to see the layout of the footprint of the proposed structures over the existing site, and you see how the proposed structure is fairly compact and kind of in the existing developed core of the site. If you hop to the next sheet, please. There's some additional site photos here that give you a better sense of the character of the site. If you look at the top row, that's the top two rows actually, that's a good sense of the character of this driveway with these oak trees bending and leaning over the driveway. We're not touching the driveway other than widening it in a few places for fire department access and probably putting a chip on top of the asphalt and removing a few of the speed bumps that are there. But beyond that, it's kind of perfection. You could see along the property line a handful of these images, 11, 12, 8, 9, and 10. Those start to give a sense of this kind of undeveloped, real rural, but fairly well screened property from existing vegetation, mixed hedges and trees all along the perimeter. There's a handful of holes throughout, as you'd imagine, on a 6-acre parcel. And so we're working to infill those for maximum privacy and screening where needed. But you get a sense of the big views and the big open space there on this parcel. Next sheet, please. Okay, this is just a quick exhibit that's takes a high-level view of our site with adjacent structures located here to sense of scale of reference. And one important point to note is essentially on, we'll call it the top portion of this sheet, which is actually the eastern portion of the parcel. You'll see some tight grading lines that run perpendicular to the majority of the grading on the site. That's more or less the rough boundary of the ESH area that slopes down steeply to what was like a historical drainage course. I think it was hot springs at one point, but it jumped course and went somewhere else. So now it's just we're just calling it the Barranca. It's an open space, but there are some significant resources down there, and that's essentially being protected and retained and serves as a great buffer from the proposed development. Next sheet, please. Thank you. So this gives a better sense of the proposed development and how, as Esther said, the buildings sit within the landscape. You can see as you come up from the driveway, from the narrow portion of the lot, how it opens up, and the cabana and the sport court are noted there. There's actually a fire department required turnaround that participates in that portion of development. And as you continue to wind up the existing driveway course, we'll be removing some paving and kind of a loop driveway that exists at the existing house and pushing that driveway all the way up to the motor court of the main house. That formal entry motor court will be separated from the garage area. And you can see the dashed line representing the fire department required turnaround there. You get a sense of the space there from an 80-foot diameter hammerhead, and from the property line to the north of the space there, we still have ample room for screening and separation from that paving space from property edges. Down by the accessory structure, you'll also see a significant amount of landscape around the perimeter. We're able to do this as the architects are moving the existing structures further away from the property lines. As Esther mentions, they're currently sitting within the setback. There's some significant trees, and we're working to highlight those. Of note, there's a fantastic oak tree that kind of sits directly in the middle of this open portion of the property. And a lot of the architecture is centered around this fantastic oak tree. So we're working very hard to protect and preserve that. Starting to think about stormwater retention on site. So we're starting to think about how the drainage will flow and retain this on property. And it's all starting to come together quite nicely. I think we have a few more sheets of enlarged areas, but we can probably just click through those, and if any questions arise, we can reference these as we go through this. But I'll hand it back to Esther if she has any closing remarks, or Megan.
Thank you, Rob. Yeah, just that, really our main objective here is to create a harmonious, nature-driven homestead, and we're really driven by the view opportunities of this property as they exist naturally. It has a beautiful, gentle descending slope, and I think that the home is seeking to cascade itself across the land that way, connect to the oak trees that are on property, and just allow for the nature to happen around it. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, David, please.
No questions, John.
Bill.
Yeah. How would you explain the quantity of grading? Where is that happening? Is it just because the footprint is the size? Are you cutting? Is it the basement? Is it the pool? Where are the numbers? Why are they the size they are?
Thank you. The grading really is more or less what's being moved around to kind of allow for things to happen as they will. So our grading quantities on the cover sheet, we're showing 928 cubic yards of cut, but then also 975 cubic yards of fill. And that's just really to kind of allow for the motor court to come on level as part of that. And then also as the grade is being kind of brought up to the first floor of the main residence.
The numbers I was looking at in the agenda.
Yeah. Considerably.
I'm so sorry. Looking at a different one, at the other one. Uh-oh.
Yeah. I mean,
2899 and 2452.
Correct.
Yeah. So where, I mean, well,
it looks like it's a fairly gentle slope. And I'm just not quite sure where the grading quantities are coming from based on what I see there.
Bill, can you turn your mic up, please?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Yeah. So Bill, these are fairly preliminary grading numbers at this point in time. But to Esther's point, they are derived from the essentially the mass amount of grading that's required, or the large amount of grading that's required to get our fire department hammerhead turnaround on level, and then also to accommodate the footprint of the building. There's some grading required for the accessory structure, and some grading that's required for the cabana as well. But beyond that, thank you. But the extent of the grading is essentially limited to the area directly around the buildings. We tried to keep it as tight as possible to protect, again, all of the existing trees and the existing character of the slope on site.
Okay, one other question. Sports court, is that a pickleball? What is that?
That number 5,
yes,
that's a tennis court.
Yes, it's a pickleball court.
Oh, and are you, well, I know this may be a little preliminary, are you proposing any lighting out? Eventually you'll probably have some, but not any site lighting for that, I would imagine.
No.
Okay. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Elida?
Rob, can we go to the landscape plan or the landscape layout we were looking at before?
Sure.
Okay. In the center of the image, that's the oak, correct?
That's correct.
And there's different shades of greens. Is 15, is that turf? And what is the lighter green? What is that's that ground?
Yeah, we're again, this is fairly, this is a high level conceptual drawing. So we're starting to differentiate the areas between kind of different levels of planting, different styles. 15 is intended to be likely to be some sort of meadow element, and the lighter shades are some form of landscape area. And you know, with intensities to be determined as we get into the actual planting design.
Are you thinking there's going to be lawn on this project?
Potentially lawn or meadow, yes.
It's a big piece of property. Are you thinking of putting a lot of drought tolerant ground covers in here?
Oh yeah, of course. Yes, we'll be putting drought tolerant ground covers, and we'll be held to MWELO standards, just like on every other project for this.
And the different colors of the trees, which ones are planned new and which ones are existing?
Sure, good question. So essentially, you'll see kind of like a light gray opaque color. Those are the existing trees, and the green trees are conceptual locations for new trees.
Any preliminary idea of what the new ones are going to be? A mixture or kind of?
It'll be a mixture of trees. We're thinking of on the west side of the house, you'll see kind of a rectangular terrace area that's potentially in kind of an olive courtyard space. The plan is to bring in additional, quite a bit more oak trees actually through the site. That's what we want to hug the house with, are some oak trees, so we can continue that oak canopy feel through the site, and then add some variety as we get into the actual planting design later on.
Are you thinking citrus as well?
There'll likely be a fruit garden. Historically, there's been different versions of fruit trees on the site, and there's actually a remnant fruit garden that's there. But yes, there would likely be some form of citrus on the project as well.
Dave, can we go back to the bigger
you want to zoom in?
Oh, was it zoomed in before? I don't know. Okay. And to the right of the image, there was a, right there. It's number 22.
Yeah, yes, exactly. So that is, we're starting to think about what will happen from a stormwater perspective. and thinking about the low portion of the site and where we can get some infiltration. So the idea is we're starting to conceptualize a location for some stormwater management on site. So that's likely some sort of depression there. And we have a modest amount of grading and walls that are required to kind of make all that happen. And we thought it could be a nice opportunity for a sitting area to take advantage of that opportunity and make it something unique.
One of your team talk about take advantage of the views. Are these mountain views that this property has access to?
Yeah, significant mountain views through the property, and there's also ocean views from the main level of the house and above.
Oh.
Yeah. And I imagine a lot of this will become apparent when we head out to the site for the story pole. You'll get a good sense of the character and the views.
Yep. Okay, those are all the questions I had. Thank you.
Blair?
Well, first of all, for me, okay, we're at conceptual, and my first question has to do with this. Now, what we've said is 20% FAR. I don't understand that. Okay.
Let me take care of that, Claire.
What?
Let me take care of that, please.
Oh, okay. Well, that was going to be a question about, my question is how do we get to that? Okay. Then my question is, can you show me once again where there's oak trees that are being moved? You referenced it in your beginning statements that you were going to be moving some oak trees. Where are the?
Yes.
So I'm asking what oak trees? I don't care about all the others. I mean, in this community, we're protecting oak trees. So what? And I see one right here. You've got existing 8-foot Quercus agrifolio to be relocated.
Yep, exactly. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4 oaks to be relocated on the site.
My question is, why are those going to be relocated? They're not, I mean.
It's proximity to development, Claire.
But the development's not there where you're saying they are.
So
right there. So why in the middle of nothing are you going to pick up oak trees and move them somewhere?
Sure, that maybe that graphic is misleading. That graphic with the blue, that's showing the footprint of the building, but it's not showing the pool. So that tree sits right in the pool.
No. I'm talking about further down on the site. You've got called out an existing 8-foot Quercus.
8-inch.
Yeah, 8-inch. Excuse me, agrifolio to be relocated. My question is, why is that being relocated? What's the need for that? When it's right in the middle of the site, it's not with any buildings. There's nothing going on. You've got a couple of that where that's happening. That's my question: is why are you relocating these oak trees?
Yeah. Well, so sure, I can touch on that. So if you, I think the point about the one in the center of the main house where the pool is, I think that's clear. You're wondering about the one in the center where the mouse is hovering over right now.
Yeah,
and actually, I think good. Got it clear. And I'm looking closely at that. If you go to, let's see, L 1.0 in the set, I think that might actually be an erroneous label because you see that existing oak as to remain there. It's really just the existing 6 and 12-inch agrifolia to relocate where the Cabana is, and so that's an error on our part. That one remains. If you look at the L 1.0,
can you tell me which PDF page it is?
Okay, it's fine.
22.
Yeah. I don't need to see. I don't need to see all of that. I'm just kind of.
There it is. Yeah. So it's a labeling error.
Okay. That's kind of. I mean, that I was just. Then. Oh, the question, so, well, I got that one answered about that one. Okay, that one, John's gonna answer that one question for me. And so there's, my question about then is that, are there any oaks to be removed? Other than the ones that we've, where the pool is, that are there others on the site that are being removed? Not relocated, but removed?
No.
No, okay, fine. That's it for me.
Mr. Sharp.
Thank you. Rob, is there any way you could indicate on the site plan the size of these oak trees? Whether they're 8-inch or, 2 feet? That would help us quite a bit.
Sure, I think we do. We've only, if we look closely on the survey, you can see some of that information on there, Don. But we've only called out the trees that are being affected in terms of their size.
Okay, thank you.
Is that it, Don?
Yes.
Okay, Tip, are you with us?
Yes, I'm with you.
Please, your turn.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Okay, I have several questions. I sense 3 separate design styles on this property. I could see an argument for 2. I'm having a little trouble with 3. Would you, Esther, would you please address why you provided us with 3 separate architectural styles?
Sure, absolutely. And that may not be our intent. I think what we're looking for is a distinct architectural style of a more contemporary nature for the main house, and for the cabana to harken back to that style. So that is the true intent here. The guest house, as we can see, is really meant to feel different. It's meant to feel of the cottagey nature, and it's very much so nostalgic for our clients, and so really that is a deviation from the style of the main residence.
Well, I understand that, and I can understand those too, but okay, so I guess the question would be, do you believe that the sports court and the main residence, particularly considering sloping versus flat roof, are of the same architectural vocabulary?
Yeah, that's a great question. When we first started looking at the structure at the sport court, we were entertaining the flat roof, and what we were finding is that it just felt cut off from the way that the land is sloping in that area. So we were looking to kind of open up that opportunity out and back toward the mountain views. So there's some possible opportunity here to study that relationship further. But the true nature of that sloping roof came as a driver. You can see here in the section 3, how the land is slowly descending, and it just felt appropriate to kind of acknowledge that and open up back towards the mountain views.
Okay. Kimberly, are you online, please? Kimberly? Kimberly?
Apologies, too many screens open. How can I help you?
I have not been following every little wiggle on ADUs. A guest house and an ADU on the same property? Yes, no?
If you build the guest house or the guest house is existing, you can also have an ADU. You cannot propose an ADU and then a guest house.
Okay, very good, thank you. Okay, and let's go to the FAR, please.
Yeah, please.
Yeah. Who was the man or woman that created this chart, please?
Our office created it using the pre-filled formulas.
Excellent. So are there any existing buildings on this site?
Yes.
Why are they not listed in the first column?
They're existing to be removed.
Fine. You put in existing.
Okay. You put it in both.
And
Okay.
then you put in existing to be removed.
Okay.
They'll probably zero out.
Okay.
At which point, when you fill that in, Does the FAR of 83 for the entire site sound correct to you? If you were
Yeah.
able
Yes.
to.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Those are the ends of my questions. Public comment, is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 3, 745 Ashley Road, please?
I don't have anybody here.
Okay, comments, please, back through the same level, the same order. David, please. Oh, we are going on a site visit, so sometimes those we hold back until we see the site. So, David, please.
Yeah, and John, I just like to tag on to that. That because we've got that, I think that from my point of view, we need to go on a site visit for both projects as agendized sooner than later to
Okay.
kind of understand how all of this works.
Let's wait for 3 other members before you, and then you'll have an opportunity to express that. David,
Okay.
please.
Yes, from what I can tell, it looks like a very well thought out project. I like the site planning, the way the structures are arranged, the way you're preserving the oak trees and you're reusing the existing driveway. I like the direction of the architecture design. I'm not bothered by the differences between the main residence and the sports court cabana and the guest house. I think the site's large enough, and if that's what the owners want, then I think it's acceptable. It appears to me that the project is already pretty well screened and distanced from other neighboring properties and public views, but I'd like to assess that when we get to the site. And so I think my main concern would be the grading. I don't understand why there's that much grading, and I would highly encourage the applicant to come back the next round with documentation of where the grading occurs and how it impacts the site. And maybe some of that will become more apparent when we visit. And obviously we want to have story poles for the 2-story portions of the structure. But yeah, I have to reserve my final feelings about the project until we are able to look at it at the site. But I can tell right now, again, I think it's a pretty well thought out project, and I look forward to getting more information.
Bill.
Yeah, I generally agree with what Dave has said. Definitely want to see site visit with story poles, so that'll be a telltale sign of some of the things. I too like the materials and the selections and the materials that you've chosen, and generally the architectural style is appropriate. I think mass bulk and scale is going to be something we'll look at with the story poles. Again, grading, definitely would like to see actually maybe a light conceptual grading plan showing where you're pulling topos and stuff like that. That would probably be helpful. And maybe a map that on your landscape plan that actually X's out the trees that are getting moved or removed, so we can kind of get a better feel for that as well. One note too, the sports court. I'm on the Hope Ranch board, and lately people have been making a lot of flap about the noise that's generated from a pickleball paddle. So something to consider, something to think about. Of course, you're probably your own closest neighbors, so maybe it won't be as much of an issue, but just put that in your brain to think about it a little bit in terms of sound. And yeah, looking forward to, in terms of the style of the different styles of architecture, certainly the cabana and the main residence, I don't see a problem with the blending of those two. I like the style of the cottage, whether or not maybe based on proximity to the main house, it should be a little more like the main house. I don't know if I'm tied to that necessarily. I think you've tried to at least add finishes and materials that sort of blend together with each other. So I appreciate that. And I could probably be swayed either way. So anyway, thank you.
Elida?
Generally no comment. It's a wonderful site. All those oaks, what a lucky group you are. But other than that, no comment.
Claire?
Well, my comments are that I have no problem with the mixing of the architecture. And I want more information, and at this, so that's up to the architects. I'm not actually on the landscape side. And so that's why I was questioning about the tree, so when you come back, or actually I can observe, hopefully we're going to have a site visit for both sites sooner than later. That's my comments. And I really agree with Mr. Mindro that we need to come up with some at least something they can grab hold of to do with the grading, because for me, there's no way that I'm willing to deal with the numbers that are on the agenda. I mean, that's way too much grading in my world. And so I need all of this information before I can make any real comments.
Don.
Thank you. I certainly agree with just about all the comments that preceded me. Especially, I appreciate the fact that the architecture of the guest facility is not like the main house. And I think that any variation, it should be encouraged in the other two structures besides the main house. Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, my comments are in alignment with all the other board members. And I would like to definitely see the site and see the story polls, and then I can judge the project a little better. Thank you.
Tip, how much longer are you with us today for now?
In about 20 minutes.
Okay, very good. Thank you. And I have nothing further to add at this point. Can we get to a roof plan of the main structure, please?
I believe it's page 10.
Okay, so a lot of times we'll just do a single ridge, but since this is such a large structure and potentially cuts across various different properties from a view standpoint of view, I think we need to get each of the edges, each of the endpoints of these cantilevered roofs, which looks to me like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Maybe it could probably be done with 8. Does that sound right to everybody?
You're saying are you pointing to then the corners of the building?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But 4 on the stair tower, is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, let's also do the stair tower. Excellent point. Thank you, Bill.
That's taller.
And what I might propose is that you present that information to the planner and have me take a look at it. I may show it to 1 or 2 members just to make sure we've got everything before you going out there. We try not to do very much because we know how expensive it is to put them up, but this is a large enough project. I think we need to do this. Anything else, people, before we go on?
No.
There is no motion, and please excuse me for this. We skipped item number 1. Is anybody here for that item? Okay, back to you guys. Item number 4, please.
John, can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
There's no action taken. Is the Embark comfortable if they return for preliminary, or would you like them to return for further conceptual?
What is, can you say that again?
Next review of preliminary or next review concept?
No, more concept. I mean, I'm not even close.
Okay. And you, Rob, if you could start digging in a little bit more on your plans. And what we have found that works is that in preparing a grading plan, if the cut can be in one color and the fill can be in another color, it helps explain things a lot more easily for us, so we don't have to decode it. So item number 4, located near 745 Ashley Road.
Next door.
Ash, I don't know who wants to take the lead on this? Esther, if it's you, or do you need Megan to lead off
We
again?
will introduce the project. It's the same consultant team on this
Okay.
parcel. It's a 4.69 acre parcel. There are currently no structures that exist on the parcel. There is an existing dirt road. If you go to the site or the PDF page 2, we'll show you that. Or it's gravel. We're trying to retain that existing path. It has the red arrows on it here. I'll have Esther and Rob go into that, but as you can see, there's a lot of resource on this parcel as well. So we strategically placed buildings to maintain resource. Our FAR on this parcel, there are no existing structures, so we didn't mess this one up. It's a 62% FAR. If you go to the table here, we'll zoom in there. We're proposing a horse barn with a single family residence on the second floor. The lower floor will have the stalls and the barn area for horses. We strategically, again, placed the barn not immediately adjacent to any property lines on the east to be respectful of neighbors, just due to the agriculture, horse smells and everything else that comes along with it. In addition to the barn residence, we're also proposing 2 accessory structures, 800 square foot tractor barn and 800 square foot work barn that will store feed and other items for maintaining the horses. This other structure on here is an ADU, so we won't go into it. It's part of a completely different submittal. From there, I'll hand it over to Esther to get into all the design details.
Thank you, Megan. Yeah, so as Megan mentioned, our primary goal for developing this parcel was to site this barn and single family residence in an area where the resources would allow it. So we did take careful consideration on this project to maintain the existing access dirt road, which you see here in the site plan, which will require some improvement for fire access. That dirt road will tie us directly to the newly located barn, single family residence above, and the 2 work barns.
I'll get you on Monday.
Okay, so then moving to the plans for the barn. On page 7. So as Megan mentioned, we have our horses and barn area on the bottom floor, and then we have a separate entry to the upper single family residence, which is above. Moving forward to page 9 of the PDF. The barn vernacular here, the design objectives of this building were really to hearken a bit more strongly to a more traditional agrarian barn feel. So really looking to for the barn to be a barn and to look like a barn. And yeah, just starting to take into consideration potential materials for this structure. Really want it to be earthy. And looking at potentially either board and bat siding, something, or a stained nature, maybe possibly a reclaimed siding, and a non-reflective standing seam metal roof. Then moving toward the 2 work barns, these 2 buildings, sorry, next page. These 2 buildings are meant to be supportive structures of the barn. So they really are simple, single story, single shed roof planes. And again, just natural combination of the Santa Barbara sandstone and wood siding and a low slung roof plane. And finally on site, we have the ADU, which we did submit as for consideration. And so that building is on the sheet before this one.
which we will not look at. Next, please.
Yeah. So yeah, this sheet is just the secondary work barn. And both the tractor barn and work barn are very similar in their architectural expression and how they tie back to the main barn. The following sheet just has some inspirational imagery again for the barn. Yeah, just some very early concept. I guess we're not looking at the ADU, so let's skip this one. And just some very early concept renderings of the barn.
Are these the little houses below?
No, that is the ADU structure. We didn't provide any concept renderings of the work barns. So here you can see how, and Rob will get into this. I think, Rob, you can take it from here and just explain how we're really working with the natural resources that are surrounding the barn building.
Sure. Next sheet, please. One up from there, if that's possible. Great, thank you. Yeah, so I think this again gives you a good sense of how heavily wooded this parcel is. And taking a step back further, you know, the development arc of these two parcels tied together is this notion of being able to link a passion for the clients, which is the equestrian world. So the barn is doing just that. In addition to the barn, there was also a need for a small round pen and a flat arena for horsemanship. So those are the big pieces that landed in what we felt was a good sited spot for these different elements. But again, some blue lines represent those structures that are proposed, and you can see it's essentially being placed in locations where we're absent of tree canopy. So we're being thoughtful of those resources, the setback from the esh, and also setbacks from critical root zone of oak trees. There are a handful of trees on site that we're having to change the condition to. There's some really lanky Italian stone pines that are growing kind of not how they should. They're growing really tall and narrow because of lack of sunlight. Those two will be removed, as well as a really poorly shaped monkey puzzle tree. And then there's also a smaller jacaranda tree that will be removed as part of this project. Again, you'll see these when you go out to the site, and you'll see the character and quality of the trees that we're having to remove for this. The next sheet gives you a good sense of the character of this site, and also some views of the site from the road. And you can see it's quite open. There's some a handful of good sized oak trees along Ashley Road that are providing screen, but there are some open gaps to the parcel beyond. And from a horseman standpoint, and the proposed location of the arena, the desire is to have a very solid buffer between the road and the working arena area for the horsemen and the horse safety.
Is Terry available? I have some questions.
Kimberly, turn your mic off. Go ahead, Rob.
Thank you for that. So again, this is more of a character image and character site for you for reference more than anything else. Next sheet, please. All right, thank you. And similar to the previous presentation, we're showing closest structures to this parcel for your reference for context for this 4-acre parcel. Next sheet. Here you see a clear delineation of the site plan of the barn, the equipment structure, the feed barn, the ADU, and what's the significant piece on this site, which is the leveled horse arena. And if you zoom in here, you can get a sense of what's required to make that a flat riding space. We found actually the most gentle area on the slope and an area that was essentially devoid of trees except for an acacia and a jacaranda to be relocated. But some retaining walls will be required to create this flat space for riding purposes. On the high side, it'll be a retaining wall of 6 feet, and we'll call it the upper left on your screen, and it drops down to 4 foot in the lower left, and then the bottom right, we're at 4 foot out of grade. And the upper right, that will be essentially flush with grade. So we're essentially trying to minimize the grading and flatten that area for horse work. And we have quite a significant landscape buffer between the edge of that arena and the property line and the landscape beyond. And the idea is to fully screen that with a stone wall along the property line, set back off the road edge, and also some dense vegetation to create ultimate privacy again for the horse and horse rider safety through there. Next sheet, if anything. I think that may be all on our set. Yep, and with that, I'll kick it back to Megan and Esther if there's anything to add to this.
No. Yep, that's it.
Okay, Chip, I know you're out of here, so let's get you first. Do you have any questions, please?
Yeah, just a question. What is the height of the barn?
Height of what?
The barn.
Height of the barn. How tall is it?
$28 feet?
Yes, 28 feet, 28.1.
Okay, thank you.
Is that
That's
it,
all I
Chip?
have, John.
Okay. And are you coming back?
Yep, I will come
Okay,
back.
very good. Let's go with the same order except for Chip. David, please.
How much grading is associated with this project?
So this is the parcel that has the cut of 928 cubic yards and a fill of 975.
And how much of that is the arena, or proportionally?
Rob?
Yeah, I imagine the vast majority, Dave, is required for the arena.
Okay, and
yeah, we'll get some graphics to illustrate this in the next go around.
Okay, great. And it appeared that there were some trees that were going to be removed. I think I saw. Could you?
Yes, we did.
Touch on that?
Where the ADU is.
Which we have no comments about.
But they are removing trees, so I just.
Yeah.
Which we have no comments about.
Well, we do have comments about removing trees. Yeah.
Not if it's associated with a project that we have no comments about.
Okay.
And then lastly, it appears there's some other structures that are close to this property up here. What are those structures?
Those are two existing neighboring residences. So I believe we have site photography in Rob's pictures. Number 17 might illustrate the proximity. So we're having a bit of a hard time seeing the screen here, but so that first neighboring property, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, number 12 shows the southernmost parcel, and number 17 the northernmost. I'm not parcel, sorry, the structure.
Good, thanks.
Bill.
Yes. Thank you, John. Questions, could you explain, Rob, the corral wall? So does it come off the street and then there's retaining? I mean, you've got a sound wall. So is that sound wall on grade, and then we go another 10, 15 feet, and then is that a retaining wall to create a flat area, or how does that work?
Yeah, we'll prepare a site section for the next go around here to better illustrate that. But essentially, in the, let's call it just lower right-hand corner as we're looking at the sheet, if you zoom in even further, you can see there's a small little spot elevation there. but we're setting that grade at 490 and we're like 486 right there. So that's actually lifted out a grade. And then as you move north on the parcel, that wall height is retaining 4 feet at that point, if that makes sense. So that 490 is a balanced number to reduce the height of the walls on the northern side of the arena. So as we level out on the upper right hand corner in terms of a grade, the whole grade slopes down and to the bottom right. That's the lowest portion of the site.
So would you be saying then, though, that you would have a 4-foot retaining wall and then a guard of some sort for the horse, whether it's 5 foot or whatever, split rail, 3 rail, 4 rail, up on top of that?
And vegetation behind that, yes.
Okay. And then on the other side, if it's 490, then the retaining wall into the hill by 3, 4, 5 feet as you go up to 6. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I'll get to you in comments anyway. All right. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Elida.
Newbie confusion here. Are these two projects by the same owner? Is this kind of going to be contiguous by one owner, or are these two entirely different projects just presented by the same team?
Same owner of both parcels.
So it'll be a contiguous?
Correct.
Actually, if I could just interject here, they're separate legal lots of record. Each parcel must have its own zoning and building permit. They may be developed at the same time, built out at the same time, processed at the same time, but they are unique permits, one for each lot.
John, does this board have any preview of asking the question what the use of the second one, if there's going to be a full home on there?
They have a residence above, so it qualifies as a separate parcel. And they're proposing a horse barn and some other amenities. And from what I know, what they're proposing is absolutely consistent with the zoning ordinance, particularly on a larger parcel.
Thanks, John. That's correct. And both parcels will be utilized by the same family. The intent behind this horse barn is to have guest quarters for family visiting to stay in while they're visiting.
Nobody's talked about solar panels on roofs or anything like that. Maybe even the barn, if nothing else. Is there any?
It's required by code for any new residential structure now in the current building code. So most absolutely solar will be provided on both structures or all structures.
Okay, thank you. That's all I've got.
Claire.
I was just let's see, we're in questions?
Here we are in questions.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out where I am. What's the width of the access roads that are through this parcel? That's my question. What is the width?
They're looking it up.
Oh, they're looking it up. Yeah, I just couldn't really tell from the drawing how.
Probably be required. It would probably be required to be 16 feet minimum for.
I understand that, but that's why I'm asking the question, because I don't see that.
Rob, if you have that information handy, can you please clarify?
Yeah, sure. The existing path road that's there does not conform to fire department requirements. It's closer to 10 to 12 feet wide, but we will need to widen this to 16 feet for fire department.
Right. So this drawing is the one that's up on the screen. I think you can probably see it too. That's the existing road, correct?
It's in the proposed road is in the same location as the existing, but it's been widened.
In this drawing, that's a 16-foot road?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I was trying to get to. I was trying to find out how wide that road was. And so it is drawn as a 16-foot road.
Yes.
Okay. That's my only questions.
Mr. Sharp.
I have no questions, thank you.
Okay, I'd like to go down to the arena, please.
You want to zoom in on it?
Yeah, please. So I see in the upper left-hand corner, we're plus or minus 6. We're down about 6. I see the lower right-hand corner, we're up about 4. How the heck does a horse get in or out of this thing?
Good question, John.
The whole.
Yeah, there'll be an access on the center of this, and it may not be fully developed here at this point, but there may have to be some cheek walls that return to accommodate any type of grading that's required to get to that elevation of 90.
So where it says landscape site wall typical on the left-hand side, we can anticipate some kind of a additional retaining walls and slope pathway and things. Is that correct?
At the number 15?
Well, where it says landscape site wall.
The keynote 15?
Right there where David is that about where it's going to be?
Oh, I'm sorry. Why don't you go to sheet number, the last sheet of the set, the landscape set, that shows that more clearly.
Yeah, yeah.
There you go.
Aha.
It'll work its way in there in some fashion, John.
So then there's going to be some retaining walls almost for sure on either side of that path, at least for a while.
Yes, to handle that slope, correct.
Will there be any open pasture for these horses, or do they live in a barn and then they go on out and run in or taken care of in an arena?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes, what?
They live in the barn.
they'll be in the barn. Who's that?
They live in the barn and they exercise in the arena, John.
So no open pasture and walking around
Correct.
enjoying themselves.
Correct, no open
Okay,
pasture.
excellent. Okay, that's the end of my questions. Thank you. Item number 4, public comment. And this is a project that's located near 745 Ashley Road. Is there anybody that's attending this meeting that would like to address the board on this issue, please?
John, I didn't receive anything.
Very good, thank you. And then again, let's go through comments. Tip is not with us, so we're going to go to David.
My comments parallel the comments on the previous project. I think the siding and preserving the existing driveway and the trees all makes sense. I would like to see the proximity of those houses on site when we're there. And it looks like you're proposing additional screening to help provide privacy between your property and theirs. And again, the grading on this one is a concern, and having drawings that better illustrate what's involved in making that arena work, what's the retaining walls are, how high they are, along with the fencing. But again, I think the architecture appears acceptable to me. We'll want to see story poles for the barn to see the mass bulk and scale. But in general, I think it's another well thought out plan.
Bill, please.
Yes, I think I agree pretty generally with what Dave is saying as well. Same as the other property. I think that my concern really is the grading. I think once you start getting into, how you're going to manipulate those grades around the structures and not interfere with the trees and creating flat paths, I think you're going to put more retaining walls and site features and steps and slopes, and certainly the corral in that far corner. If you're 4 feet plus another 5, you're 9 feet of something in that corner. Can you screen that well enough? Maybe it needs to be, I know it's 50 feet off the center line roughly of Ashley, but you might have to pull it a little further so you can get a little landscape buffer there so it doesn't feel so looming, especially for the owners even driving into the property. So I think, you know, I like the architectural direction. I think you're doing a great job there. I don't have any problem with that. I think it's really just all about the site and making these things kind of fit with the grades and your manipulation of the grades so that you can get all those slopes and paths and surfaces to kind of flow. So that's it. Thank you.
Elida.
The comment is a question. I missed the acreage on the first lot that we looked at. The second one was 4.6. How much was the first one?
First one is 6.14 acres. So total is approximately 10 acres.
Thank you. No comment.
Okay, Claire?
I have a concern about the corral, and I have a concern about the height of the walls that are going to be, look like they're going to front onto, not front on, but set back from Ashley Road. So, and other than that, the architecture is fine, the barn is fine, the little outbuildings are fine. But I really have a concern, and I'm going to wait to make my final comments about until we have a site visit and I can actually figure out where this corral is and how much out of the ground it's going to be once the grading is done. The numbers that you give are not the grading numbers, but the height of 6-foot walls, 4-foot walls. I just don't understand what you're proposing there. So, and I'm hoping we'll have a site visit sooner than later so I can make my comments then.
Don?
Thank you. My main concern is the corral and the fact you're putting a square peg into a round hole and how that can be blended in and look natural enough to be in that location. We'll wait and see. Other than that, I think it's no problems. Good project.
Okay, so I have no additional comments. I believe that we need a single story pole on the ridge of the barn, along the entire length of the barn ridge. And I also believe that we should have story poles for the south and west edges of the arena so that we can clearly see what's going on there. Do other members of the board agree with that, please, or disagree with me?
No, I agree.
So I agree with that. Yeah, I'm really concerned about 6-foot walls fronting onto,
big
all that
flat
grade.
something or other, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so Megan, do you guys understand a total
Yes.
of three, one on the barn and 2 on the arena?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay, so anything else before we go on, please? Okay, that item number 5, but just before we get started, we did skip over item 1. Is anybody here that wants to present to the board on item number 1, please? Okay, and there was not there is no vote because it was concept. Do we just drop it at this point, Kimberly or Sharon? Is that what we do?
Can we schedule a site visit?
No. For item number 1.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You can
Kimberly
do
or
either. You can take action to drop it from the agenda now, or you can wait till the end of the meeting.
Why don't we
It's
wait?
up to the board.
Okay, that's fine. We can wait. Item number 5 then, please. 491 Pimiento Lane. Paul, are you here, or Zoran?
Paul, this is Paul. Paul is here, and can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Great.
Now, hang on.
ahead,
There
sir.
is a comment letter, which I guess we'll get during comments, and that's it. So please go. Zoran, is that you?
No, I don't know that Zoran's going to be attending. He's out of the country. So
Okay.
we're starting with the drawings. I have a set of drawings to quickly go through, and there's also some site photos showing you the existing building. We might start with the drawings here. Our scope of work is extremely simple. We're making 3 very small additions to this building. If you look in the site plan there in the lower left of the sheet, thank you very much. There's a 57 square foot addition to a hallway there on the upper wing of the building. That would be the north wing. Then in the middle of the building, where it angles 45 degrees, we're building a 63 square foot living room addition, which is actually under the existing second floor above. So it just flushes out the wall. The third addition is the lower right corner of this building, which is a 40 square foot expansion to the existing kitchen area. In addition to these 3 additions, we are removing all of the existing aluminum frame doors and windows on the house, and we're replacing them with painted wood frame French doors and painted wood frame casement windows. We'll also be, changing the paint color of the building. It is a painted trowel coat stucco. We're doing a new color. And when we look at the photos, you can see we're going to be removing a lot of what I'll call tchotchkes from the building. Okay, so if we want to scroll through them, but that's the legal site survey. You don't really need to look at that. And then that's the demo of the first floor, where you can see we're removing all the doors and windows around the building, and in some cases reframing some of the existing openings to fit the new French doors. The proposed floor is the next plan. Right, okay, here we are right here. On the upper left, you'll see that addition to the hallway there. Yeah, where the arrow is. Then if you go down the sheet, the living room, where it's a shaded gray area, that's the addition to the living room, which is, as I said, under the existing second floor above. And then in the lower right, a little bit of an addition to the kitchen that's right there. And this proposed plan also shows all the new French door locations and all the new casement window locations, okay? You don't really need to look at the demo roof. The proposed roof shows new roofs over 2 of the addition areas. The one there in the upper left, that's our new roof over the hallway, and in the lower right, the new roof over the kitchen. We're not making any other changes to the existing roof on this building. Now for elevations. On all my elevations, the demolition elevation is on the top and the proposed elevation is on the bottom. So you can see where we've taken out all those existing aluminum sliders and aluminum bypass sliding windows. And on the bottom, where we're putting in the new French doors, some pairs and some as quads, and then where we're putting in the new casement windows. The addition to the hallway is on the lower right of this drawing, where we have built out the hallway there. And it kind of, obviously the style emulates the style of the existing building. This building is really just a series of boxes connected one to the other. And we're not changing that in any way, shape, or form. Go ahead, these elevations just scroll around the house, and that's the north elevation on the left. We are putting 2 penetrations in the existing wall. There's no openings there. And we're putting in 2 casement windows flanking the fireplace. And then we're scrolling around to the back of the building, where we're redoing a lot of those existing openings and putting in the French doors on the bedrooms and casement windows on bathrooms. Continuing down to the next elevation. Now this on the left there is that 2-story mass of the building. And you can see on the bottom elevation on the left is where we're boxing out the building, and we have the 3 pairs of French doors in the living room. And then all the new casement windows in the bedroom upstairs, and then all the way to the right, that new addition to the kitchen, okay? Last elevation just is the very east elevation of the kitchen, where we're not putting any penetrations, but we have a mechanical closet that we're putting a door to the outside into. All our new doors and windows you can see are there the French doors or the casement windows. I will show you when we see the photos. We are reusing some of the existing wood doors around the building in our new mechanical closets for the outside and our gardener's closets. Next elevation, building sections, which show the 3 areas of addition. I think it's pretty straightforward. Our design view, I apologize for this PDF. The paint specs on the left, I have the actual paint chip in front of me. By the time I scan it and drop it into this PDF, and over on the left, it looks like Battleship Gray. It is not the color. It's more of a dark grayish khaki green color for the doors and windows. And that washed out stucco color is more of an ivory white. You can see photos of the actual French doors and casement windows that have been ordered and that are on site now. In the upper middle, I show a wood beam over some French doors. That is the look we're using around the exterior of the house over all our new French doors. You see the style of the clay tile roofs that we're emulating on the new additions. And then all the way to the right, exterior sconce. Okay, let's keep going. Our landscape architect, Guillermo, is on this project now. Is he available?
Yes, I'm here, Paul.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Guillermo from Blue Studio. Gonna talk about the landscape. So we're starting with the existing conditions, and basically the landscape is just gonna be the courtyard, which is a cloistered courtyard, meaning it's all enclosed with a wall all around, and then the building can be seen from anywhere from the outside. And we adding a little bit of landscape along the west side of the building, where we see the number 4. There is an image, and it shows how it's covered with turf right now. And there's existing planter all along that wall, which are going to remain. The lawn is going to be cut down a little bit to allow to pull it away from the building. I could go over that in the next slide, but in the meantime, I wanted to show you the existing courtyard. You can see it on number 1, pointing to the north side. It's all enclosed. There is a retaining wall in the back. You can see there with the bougainvillea growing from the top. That is about 10 feet high, and it's I guess it was built for sound attenuation, but anyway, it's there now. And then you can see the images of the courtyard. It was all lawn with privet hedges, small hedges around, and it's all enclosed. There is a gate, seen number 3, that separates the outer court from the interior courtyard. And the outer court itself is enclosed with a wall and a tall fence, and you can see it on image 5. Image 6 is showing the corner of Pimiento and East Valley Road. So you can see the properties can be seen from outside. There is a lot of landscape buffer between the actual house and the.
Uh-oh. We lose you?
Now we can move to the next slide. This is the proposed concept. Oh,
yeah, there you go.
Can we go to the next slide?
It's on the next one. It might take a minute to get to you.
Oh, okay. My apologies.
No problem.
In here, we can see the concept. We basically cleaning up the interior courtyard. There's going to be a pool going into that space now. And we're removing all the lawn area and having some smaller plantings around with palm trees to kind of work along with the palm trees currently existing along the edge of the property on the west and south side of the property. We bring in, it's going to be a gravel area with pavers connecting to the house and to the ADU. We also adding some vines on that tall wall that you can see on the north side, just to mitigate that elevation. And we adding a little bit of lawn on the west side of the property. When I mentioned that we do have some gravel along the edge, but we are removing a little bit of hardscape right where it says new lawn. We're putting a air conditioned unit there, and we're providing some screening. And that's all the landscape concept that we have now. So with that, I will conclude my presentation, and welcome to hear some comments.
Thank you very much. Don, questions?
Yes, I'm assuming that the entry gate is existing and not proposed.
Yeah,
that is correct.
There's entry gate from Pimiento Lane to the auto court, and then another entry gate from the auto court into the inner courtyard, and both of those are existing, and you could see them in Guillermo's photos there.
Yes, thank you.
Is that it?
Yes.
Bill, please.
Yeah, the lintel, is that a lintel detail you're showing over the doors? in your elevations? What is that? Is that what I'm saying? Is that like a wood? What's the detail?
Yes, that's, go, scroll, okay. It is shown over these doors. Scroll down to my image sheet, 3.0, go up one. Oh, go down one. There you go, hit that one. And then the photo at the top, second from the left, that is from another project in Montecito. And where I'm just showing you that's a Douglas fir beam, which is exposed over the French doors below. That is not exactly what we're doing, but that's the image, that's the direction.
Got it, okay. Oh, and then I don't want to steal John's thunder, but is your LRV on your white paint going to be under 84?
I'm sorry.
The LRV for your white paint that you're using on the building, right?
Oh, well, it's not a white paint. I was saying it comes off as white. It's more than ivory.
It looks like white in the presentation.
And I apologize for the technology just isn't there. That's a paint chip that's been scanned and inserted into a PDF and now combined and now showing up on the screen.
So what is your paint color? What is your stucco color going to be?
Sherwin-Williams futon.
Okay.
And that all I can say is I can mail you the paint chip, but I don't know how else.
No, it doesn't matter. No, it's fine.
Yeah, so it's kind of a green tone is what you're saying.
Well, yeah, the doors and windows is more of a khaki gray green. And on the building, it does have more of a greenish gray background, but a much lighter version of that. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That was it.
Claire.
Could we go back to sheet 1 so I could actually see where we are with FAR numbers?
Oh, sure. Right there in the top.
Okay, can we expand it so I can read it? Okay, so right now your FAR is at 114. Okay, thank you. That was my question.
Thank you.
Is that it, Claire?
Yeah.
David?
No questions, John.
Alida?
Another newbie question, the photograph of the renderings of the house and such, can we look the color renderings that were shown?
I mean, the photos?
Yeah, okay, all that is that the proposed color of the house, and is that brick or tile?
No. Those aren't renderings. Those are photographs.
These are photographs of the old house.
Yeah, that's the existing condition. And
okay, so the house is going to now be whatever color futon is?
Yeah, the lighter color, yes.
Gotcha.
And
okay.
yes, those are Delft plates and Delft tiles on the house. And yes, those are seashells. And yes, all of that is coming off the house.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I did look up the paint color. It has an LRV of 80.
Is
okay,
there,
so can we go?
Is there guidance on the LRV as to what it needs to be?
Excuse me?
I said you were talking about the LRV. Is there guidance as to what we need to achieve?
No, that's the color that you're proposing, which we asked for 84 or less. So you're there.
Okay, so we've achieved that, 84.
Yes. Okay, right. So I'd like to, David, can you zoom in on the right-hand side where it says existing ADU? And then just to the right of that as well. Right there. Do I correctly understand that there's an existing covered parking area there with a solid roof?
Yes. Do you want me to give you some more background from the?
No, that's fine. And okay. Can we go to the FAR worksheet, please?
Okay.
And can we zoom in on that? And do you have that accounted for on this sheet? Approximately.
No, that's not shown anywhere here. The open.
Okay, and if you added it in, is it reasonable to assume that the FAR would be 126? Does that sound reasonable to you?
I'd have to run the calculation, but it's in the realm of 420 or 30 something per feet.
And so when that's added in, does 126 sound correct?
Oh, I have to open the chart and pop it in on my computer.
Excellent.
I don't want to say. Is that what you're getting?
I calculated it this morning with 400 square feet.
Okay, yeah, it's about 400 plus or minus.
Okay, so those are all my questions, and so we have a comment letter at least. Is there anybody that, do we have those letters, David, please?
What time do you want to leave?
I think we have two.
Well, there's photos, there's one letter and there's photos.
Okay, so what this letter basically says is they're very concerned about the parking that of the construction workers on the site. And they don't make any comments about the architecture or about the proposed project, but, and David, if you want to go through.
I haven't seen this letter. Is there a way for us to get a copy of this letter and I can pass this on to the general contractor?
I guess so. Sharon or
Did it go
Kimberly,
to
can you get a copy of this to the applicant?
They're online.
Planner will have it as well.
Oh, I should ask my planner? Okay, I'll ask my planner.
They're also online. I have two other, I actually have 3 total letters.
Okay. Can you, are they online here with us or are?
No, I got 2 of them after I'd already sent the link out.
Okay. Could you get them up, please, somehow?
Well, I can
read them.
There's Mr. Feldman's letter. And then I have a Mr. Sternen, who agrees with the other neighbors, and he walked up there at 7:30 to ask if they could possibly hold back the jackhammering until 8. Their trucks are all parked facing south, but at the end of the day, they would like to exit north, so they zoom down around our circular driveway in order to go the other way.
Is this a violation case? Because it looks like they're doing work.
No, what they're doing is that they're not parking on site during construction.
Yeah, he says, while I'm all for what I am sure will be a very nice home, adding to the beauty and value of our street, a little consideration of for those of us living through it would be nice. And that's in addition to Susan Keller's photos and then Mr. Feldman's letter.
What I'm saying is it looks like they're doing the construction already before the.
Right.
Oh, we have 3 permits already on this site. And this is our 4th permit. We actually have 4 permits now. So the construction they're doing is on those other permits. We have an interior remodel permit. We have the pool permits, 2 of them, and then the ADU permit. This is our last permit.
Okay, is there anything else, Sharon?
No, thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to is there any, okay, I'm going to close public comment. So this is on for concept. So no action will be taken. Don, comments, please.
I really have no further comments. I think it's a pretty well thought out project. Thank you.
Bill?
I don't have any concerns with it. It looks approvable as certainly at concept level.
Claire?
I have a concern if in fact we're going to include this covered structure as part of the ADU, or not the ADU, but the whole the expansion of the all the add-ons. You know, we're actually now up to a house that's 126% over the FAR, and I'm not going to go for that. You know, I mean, so I don't know how to deal with that. You know, but that's my problem is that we're expanding a house that's already quite large, and some of the expansion that's been proposed makes it too, you know, and then obviously all these permits have been drawn, and I get that's all fine. But I really do have a problem with all of their construction traffic, all these, see, if they come in for a permit now and ask for it, then we could have addressed this, but we can't, all that construction traffic has to be taken off Pimento. Absolutely. And in my opinion, it has to be tomorrow. So I'm not going to be able to support this project until they do something with all of their construction traffic. You know, I drove down after the site visit, and it is, I understand what all these letters are about. Yeah.
David?
Yeah, in general, I think everything that's being proposed is a nice improvement to the house, especially the color and getting rid of the tchotchkes or whatever you call those. My one concern would be the FAR, as has already been mentioned, and any support the applicant could provide that the neighborhood has similar FAR conditions would help me support the project. But in general, I think they're really making nice improvements to an existing house.
Elida?
No comment.
And I want to, I was the one that raised the FAR issue. There are several things to do. Just say, no, you can't have it. The other one, of course, is to say, please go out and do a study and demonstrate that the neighborhood that this is consistent with the neighborhood. So Paul, if you could go on out and do that before the next meeting, then we would be able to evaluate that. Also, please add in the covered carport. It is a covered structure that's now required under the detached accessory buildings and things like that.
A question, you want that carport in the worksheet? Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely.
Okay, got it.
Okay.
Excuse me. Susan Keller has raised her hand. Can I call?
Aha, okay. Susan.
Susan, can you? There we go.
Yes, thank you. I didn't know how I was going to be able to get onto screen. Thank you very much for recognizing me. I was very frustrated. I did submit the photos, and I wanted to express my great concern about this project. I think they have shown very, very little consideration for the neighborhood. It is a spec project by this developer. He is not going to be living there. And clearly he has no concern about any kind of good neighbor policy because we have been greatly impacted. The first notice we got was in February, early February, for only a pool and a spa. And it was very clear to us at that time that much more was going on than the pool and the spa. And now, as of this newest notice, they're mentioning only an addition of 160 square feet. That may be the case, but it does take it way over FAR. And if you look at the houses on Pimiento Lane, with the exception of one property, all of the houses are significantly under FAR. It has the feeling of a quiet country lane, and this massive project is really changing that profile. In addition to the covered carport and the ADU in the house, the property is almost completely hardscaped, so that there's, except for the very small area of lawn, this is a property that extends almost the entire coverage of the 0.59 acres. So I don't know if you did have a site visit, but if you did, you would see that this is really out of proportion with the rest of the neighborhood. And it has been very, very impactful on us. It has been very hazardous, as my pictures demonstrated. The width of Pimiento Lane in front of the house varies between 13 and 15 feet. So when you have large trucks parked over half of that space, there's no room for any kind of emergency vehicle to get through. Moreover, the cars park all the way to East Valley Road, so that anybody turning onto Pimiento from East Valley Road runs the danger of hitting somebody head on as they're going up the lane. And I have had two very narrow escapes going up the street to make a right turn onto East Valley and having someone turn right. You can see how narrow the lane is, and the car on the right is parked to the very edge of East Valley Road, so that as you try to turn right onto Pimiento going to the west, you have to go into the far side of the lane and have no way to see whoever is coming up. So it's been a very hazardous situation. There has been no effort to accommodate or make allowances for this. They have also caused damage to the neighboring properties. The house immediately across the street has had their mailbox hit. They've had quite a bit of branches knocked off of their hedge, as you can see there on the left. And the house that's down the street, they have, all the construction vehicles have used their driveway as a turnaround point, so that what they recently recovered with gravel and redid the landscaping on, now the gravel is worn away and the blacktop underneath is showing, and they are constantly besieged by all the construction vehicles going down and using their circular driveway to turn around in order to come back up Pimiento Lane. So
Susan, can
I don't
you
know
wrap
what
it
you,
up, please?
I'm just saying, I'm not sure what you can do. I am very concerned about the FAR because I think it's setting a very poor precedent for the street. You can maybe take other, if they want to go with the neighborhood, yes, there are properties on the north side of East Valley that may be larger, but not Pimiento Lane. We have a very consistent, small country lane look. And secondly, if there is any kind of parking restrictions that you can place, they must be done because it's created a very unsafe situation. Thank you for letting me speak.
I'd like to ask you one question. Have you contacted the fire department about this parking situation?
Yes, and they come and I mean, as you can imagine, when the trash, when Marburg comes, they move all the vehicles and then the vehicles are all back. When the highway patrol came, because they were actually parking out onto East Valley Road around the corner. So they moved the cars, but then they came back. So the fire department has gone by, has given them warning, they move away and then they are back. I have called 3 times to make complaints and I have been told, well, they can't do anything. It's complaint driven. And I said, but we can't complain every day. And they said that only at the time of asking for this permit could any parking restrictions be placed, because previously it was only the pool and the ADU. And however, they were doing this construction months ago and there was no kind of parking restriction in place. So I think they've shown very bad faith in terms of how they have handled this project.
Thank you, Susan. Okay, so is there anybody else that would like to address the board, please?
I don't see anyone else, John.
Okay, so we are on for concept. What do we want to do? I've heard at least 2 people concerned, 3 people concerned about the FAR. I think a study at least is required. Shall we come back to concept here, everybody, or do we want to put it on for preliminary? What do we want to do, please?
Let's do it concept.
Okay, let's continue it to concept. Paul, we'll see you next time. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your review and for your comments. Thank you.
Okay, item number 6, I would like to note that Tip is probably still out and David has a conflict with this. So we have 5 members of the board for this particular project. Jennifer, are you there, or Brian or somebody?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can. Thank you for joining us.
Okay. Would you like me to get started?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think that's the idea, Jennifer.
All right. Ready to go. So for the record, Jennifer Siemens, agent for the owner. As you'll see, this project is a proposal for a renovation, an addition, driveway widening and realignment, a new detached accessory building, and a removal of, well, I should just say remodeling of the pool and exterior patio area. So this property actually fronts 3 roads. We're on 935 Mariposa, but we also border Lilac and Knollwood. So we've got like 3 front yard setbacks there. It's 2.19 acres. And to the north of our parcel is a vacant parcel of 1 acre, also owned by the same owner. We're not proposing anything on that property at this time.
Jennifer, can I stop? You seem to you did not discuss anything about new or remodeling of the house.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said renovation and addition to the house. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Did you want me to get into those numbers right now? Or because I actually was going to give an overview of our FAR and our neighborhood study, and I can do that now, or we can save that for later.
It's your presentation, whatever you want to do.
Okay, so the house existing is about 4,972 square feet. The recommended FAR is 6,323. We're proposing the FAR to be 9,621, which is comes out to, like it shows there, 152%. We did a FAR study that included 14 neighboring properties, 11 of which were over FAR and 4 of which were 70% over FAR, the highest being 84%. So we feel like we're right in there in keeping with what's going on in the neighborhood. And the way the property is situated in terms of its topography and all the landscaping around it, you won't be able to see a major part of what's going on there from the road. You'll be able to see the garage and the part of the house that already shows, but the most of the addition is behind on the back side of the house, so you won't be able to see it from the road. The house was built in 1929, the original house. So we had a historic report done by Post Hazeltine. The preliminary report did determine that there is historic significance, but not because of the architect, but because it's a good example of Spanish colonial architecture. So we've been working with the Post Hazeltine to ensure that we're in keeping with the historic integrity. And we haven't finalized our report yet because we wanted to come to you guys and then make sure we just get it finalized before we submit an application to the county, which we haven't done yet. And I did want to mention there's an error in the project description on the BAR notice. It says 750 cubic yards of cut and 750 cubic yards of fill. But what I put, we don't have our grading calcs. And what I put on the application was more than 50 cubic yards. And I guess my more than sign looked like a 7. So that's my mistake. I should have made that more clear. But I did just want to make sure, you know, we don't have our grading numbers settled yet. Let's see. I think that's all I really wanted to go over. And I'm going to let John Murray, our architect, take over here.
Yeah. So, yeah, good afternoon. Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay. My name is John Murray, and I'm here with my associate, Adam Platt, and we would like to introduce you to the architectural design of this renovation and additions to the existing house at 935 Mariposa. So John B. Murray Architect, this LLC, was retained by David and Suzanne Johnson, the owners of the property, for our experience and expertise in historic classical architecture. And our firm is a contributing member of the National Institute for Classical Architecture and Art. I'm on the board. I've been an active board member for a number of years. I just chaired the Julia Morgan Award for 2022 in Excellence of Classical Design. So we have this reputation of sensitively designing houses, house renovations and interiors, and we're really honored to be given a chance to work with our clients on this beautiful project. So this Spanish, let's turn to page 3, site survey.
Go to page 4.
Oh, page 4, I'm sorry, page 4. This Spanish colonial revival house located in the center of the page was completed in 1930. As Jennifer mentioned, the architect of record, the Englishman W. Sidney Stacy, designed the house. And on the right side of the survey is the 2+ acre lower lot surrounded by Mariposa Lane, Lilac Drive, and Knollwood Drive. The front of the existing house and the driveway entrance are oriented towards Mariposa Lane. So on the left side, or actually the right side, right, is the upper lot, which is also owned by our clients. Now we're going to turn to page 4.
And we are.
No, oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah. We're on that. I'm sorry. We got a little mixed up here. So the architectural scope of this project includes the restoration of the existing 2-story house, as well as an addition that will provide useful living space and a new garage. That's to the right. In addition to new landscaping around the house, which the landscape architect Alyssa Reed will introduce shortly, a freestanding open-air dining pavilion is proposed on the west end of the central courtyard, which overlooks the new pool. Okay, so now we're going to turn to page 6. This is site photographs. Image number 1 on the lower right at the bottom of the page there is showing the dominant southern facade of the existing house. And so our design approach for the new addition is to seamlessly match the characteristics, materials, detailing of this existing house, which includes the red tile roof, the white stucco walls with carefully edited decorative details, as well as painted windows and decorative ironwork. So we'll turn to page 9. This is the renderings. And here the proposed design is modeled and rendered to describe the scope of the project. So note what we've done here is we've removed the landscaping and trees. We've cropped from the images to make it easier to see the whole house. In fact, the house is surrounded by beautiful landscaping trees, which Elisa, the landscape architect, will describe shortly. Note that in image number 1, the southern facade of the existing house remains dominant, and the new addition is located behind and nestled into the landscape. Let's jump to page 11, A0.6. So image number 1 shows the central courtyard with the existing house on the right and the new wing addition on the left. So both the same scale, width, and height. Image number 2 shows the new garage addition and the driveway extension tucked in below Mariposa Lane. Image number 3 is the view of the proposed dining pavilion from the central courtyard. So now we're going to look at the existing floor plans, pages 12 and 13, A 2.0 and 2.1. So these are the floor plans of the existing house. And our next set of plans, these are the proposed floor plans showing the integration of the new program into the existing house. So on the left, you can see the original house, which we're very gently renovating, and then the addition to the right. Okay, so the next images we want to show you on page 18 is sheet A 3.4. This is the proposed dining pavilion. So this is an open air exterior space, and it's meant really for outdoor entertaining. The exterior elevations are on the next set of drawings, sheets 19 through 24, A 7.0 to 7.5. So these elevations are kind of nice. They put together existing on the top of the sheet and then the proposed on the lower sheet. So here you see on the right is the addition, very same sort of seamless extension. That also, as Jennifer was describing, is sort of tucked into the landscaping, very, in a sense, not that visible from Mariposa with the landscaping. And this is, we're now looking at the west elevation. And so you can see the addition is on the left here. The courtyard is in the center of the drawing, and that that's actually aligned with the dining pavilion. These are two, the top elevation is the existing north elevation. The lower two, one's partial section through the garage addition, looking at the north side of the building, and then the proposed north elevation taken beyond the garage. So you're seeing that two-story building there. This is the south elevation within the courtyard. So it's really a section through the existing house, and then the proposed addition is on the lower elevation. This is the opposite side of that inner courtyard space. So there, you're primarily just seeing the original house. And then finally, on this sheet, A7.6, we're showing the elevations and sections through the dining pavilion. So our goal here is to really honor the historic integrity of this beautiful house by seamlessly integrating the new work with the old, and to preserve the bucolic setting of the house within the Montecito community. And with that, I would like to turn over the presentation to Lisa Reed to introduce the site and landscape design.
Hello, everybody. Just want to make sure there are no questions on your end before I start, or should I go?
Please go ahead.
Okay. I am Elisa Reed Papaterra. I am a landscape designer and horticulture specialist representing Rios, the multidisciplinary firm of Mark Rios, and we're very glad to be here in front of you again today. I would like to jump actually quickly to page number 33 on the PDF. This shows the existing gardens on the property. We've had the pleasure to work with our clients, the Johnsons, since 2014 on this property, where we reduced the size of the lawn for over 20,000 square feet to less than 7,000, and we're currently reducing it even further to less than half of that. These gardens are incredible, mature gardens that we've curated and preserved, like the garden rooms on the top you see. We also have gardens that we've added in the sense of removing the lawn. We integrated a lot of native material, drought tolerant, and California adapted plants. We've taken care of a lot of fire consciousness into the property too. Okay, so if we can now go on to sheet 26, that is our site plan. In broad strokes, we're doing three big moves. One of them is we are reconfiguring the way the property is accessed. So this area here for the driveway, we are carving out an existing retaining wall that's more or less here to create a courtyard motor court to enter the new garage. We're raising the lawn area over here we're trying to mitigate the import-export. So we're raising the lawn and creating a flatter lawn on this end instead of a constantly sloping lawn. And then we are expanding a bit of the exterior terraces in this area to accommodate for the new houses. Okay, so then I think we can go into detail. Oh, before we move, these moves are going to affect 3 oak trees. This one right here, and this other one right here are going to be removed. And then these two oak trees, 20% encroachment. We are being assessed by Bill Spiewak, who recommended, who considers the tree in fair condition, and he is suggesting the 3-to-1 replacement. We are doing 3-to-1 replacement for not just those 3, but all 5, just to give ourselves an extra insurance on that. We really value the oak canopy on the property. And so the little green symbols you see throughout here are the proposed new oak trees that make that count. Let's see. So next page, we can go into detail on the site plan. This shows here how we are raising the lawn. This portion here is a slope, a little bit more steep slope, and we're going to cover it with myoporum, which is an existing lawn alternative that we already have on site, to create this flatter lawn by reclaiming all the export or eliminating export. One of the key features that we're doing is that we have 2 driveways into the property. We have 2 cut aprons, one here and another one existing over here. This is the main entry drive to the property, and this is a service yard drive. Because of the size of the house, the fire department has requested that we have access of their vehicle onto site. The current driveway doesn't provide that. And so we are proposing a new entry driveway coming in this way to the motor court. The shape of this driveway is driven by the existing oak trees that we're trying to protect. And therefore, the fire department also didn't consider this S-curve as easy to maneuver. So they asked for an exit drive. That exit drive is going to happen. We're eliminating the original one here, and it's going to happen right above. But this is just going to be for fire department. The intention is that it's going to be covered in vines, so it will blend in with the hedge line and it will disappear from sight. And it's going just to have a knock box. It's just fire department use, not an intention to use this driveway for any other reason. We definitely don't want to have that driveway, but we have to have it. The next one, the next page, we can see this is the existing retaining wall on the property right now. And so by creating this new motor court and garage, we are pushing it out into this edge here and creating terraces to mitigate the height and cover it with landscape. What else we have? We have the new pool. The existing pool is over here, and the existing edge of the patio terraces is about here. And so all these things are getting expanded a little bit. The current terrace doesn't accommodate well furniture and walkways, so it's really tight. And so we're just growing it a little bit in this direction at front of in the south of the house. And then the new pool is it's a larger pool because the client are in this home and would like to have their own swimming lap pool. Let's see, I think then the next slide over will show you a bit of the grading. This is the existing lawn grade coming down this way and our proposed grade, and beyond you see the new driveway. This is the south facade of the house in elevation. We're protecting existing oak trees as well, increasing the size of the succulent garden. The next slide is about the conditions on the motor court. This is the existing conditions on the motor court and courtyard, the existing retaining walls that we have that we are pushing back. And so our intention is to have this walls, as you can see on the section elevations here on page 2, covered with vegetation and keeping that same character of the existing conditions. Next slide shows you the 2 driveways that are on site existing. This is the current entry drive here that we are going to eliminate. This is the service yard that we're going to use as our new entry drive, which is also here and here, further south of looking south on the property. And then this view is what Jennifer was talking about. This is the only place where you see the house from the street, and it's coming down on Mariposa from north to south. And so this next slide is a slide showing the condition of the existing street elevation, so our current driveway and our service yard driveway. Oh, this PDF didn't get updated. I'm sorry. We had another one that showed the proposed driveway being here, but really you don't see it because it's tucked in further. This one being eliminated and a new one happening lightly there, but that one, that, as we mentioned, is going to be covered with vines and vegetation, so it should blend into the hedge. Then the last slide, number 34. This one we already saw. Number 34, this is the existing materials on site. And our intention is to continue to keep the same language of that very southern Santa Barbara, California kind of texture and colors and materials. That's it. That's it for us. Thank you so much for your time. Look forward to your comments.
Jennifer, are you done? Is your team done?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Questions, Claire?
From what I understand from the landscape architect's presentation, there will be 3 driveways, correct?
No.
There's upper one, lower one, and then one for the fire department to get in. Is that correct?
No, we have the main entry driveway, which is taking over the service yard driveway. And then we have an exit for fire department only. That's it.
They're eliminating one. They're moving it.
We're relocating the existing current entry driveway to be the exit for fire.
Oh, so there's only 2 driveways. There's the new one going in and then the exit driveway out.
There's 2 driveways now, and there'll be 2 driveways after too.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Is that it, Claire?
Yeah, for now.
Okay, Bill?
Yeah, maybe.
Speak up, man. You're quiet today.
What's that?
Your mic is low. You're far away. Please speak up.
I'm gonna move close. How's that?
Thank you.
Dave, could you go, let's go to the new footprint. Is this the new footprint here? I guess so, yeah. Maybe you could explain a little bit the retaining. So as I look at this plan, I think to the north is to the right there. That north property edge against the garage, is the adjacent parcel much higher? The land on that side is much higher than your courtyard down below. Is that correct? Am I?
Correct. Yes, there's an existing retaining wall here, and then somewhere around here.
And how tall is that? Well, so you don't see that from the street, because that's all below. So the street goes up high there. It should be great to have topo in that area so we can see what's happening there.
We could look at the section we have, which, where is that? Let's see if we can scroll down. The next page, I think, is the section on the driveway.
I think there was kind of an elevation there. So that.
No, not that one.
Well, the west facing.
This one, actually, sorry, page 30. Yes. So this is.
That's on the inside now, looking back against that north wall there.
So this is north property line. This is the second parcel that client owns, and that's the grade, existing grade.
Okay.
And then this elevation is facing this way. So this is the other one. This is against Mariposa. Mariposa's here.
Got it. And the garage there is out of the setback, the new garage addition. You're not going into any setbacks, are you?
No, we're keeping setbacks. We're keeping the 2 properties separate.
Okay. And you mentioned that the fence, that secondary fence that's going to be the exit for the fire department, are you going to grow vines on it? Is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
So that I mean, does that work? I suppose if it's not opened and closed very often,
the fire department suggested it. So we're happy to not have it, but we have to.
I'm just curious. I'm not a vine on a moving fence expert, but it seems like the roots might turn up over time. I don't know.
There's swinging fences, and so the vines will be rooted on the ground, on the sides, and then
at the hinge area there.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Okay. I think that's it for the FAR, this for Jennifer. Do you have a document that kind of shows, it'd be nice to kind of see the numbers,
Yeah.
you know, the neighbors? Is there?
Well, I submitted a map with our submittal. I don't know
Which
where
we have.
it is.
Is it in there?
Yeah, there it is.
Okay. Okay. All right, that's great. Thank you. That's all.
Okay, so Elida, please.
I think you said that you were going to be reducing the lawn area. Do you have an idea of how many square feet of lawn you're going to end up having?
Question. Let me look at it. I honestly did not have that number.
One of your drawings said to reduce.
Yeah, number 27.
She said she was at 7,000. She was cutting it in half.
Or more than
if
half
that's
right
true
now.
or
It's
not.
probably, so this is the existing lawn right now. Here. And this is what we're leaving it with. So it's more than half.
Okay, great. Thank you. No more questions.
Mr. Sharp.
No question. Thank you.
Okay, so let's go to the north elevation, the north site plan, north wall next to the garage, please.
Page 28, maybe, in site plan?
Okay, total height of what's being built from existing grade, or from finished grade, please, including anything that needs to be done for a balustrade or something of that nature to protect people from falling off, please.
So these are non-occupiable terraces. And so our intention is to have these 2 planted terraces.
And the total height of those 2, please.
So this is 10 feet on the top one.
Yep.
And 5.5 on the lower one.
So something like 15 or 16 feet by the time you get a coping and you take care of the grading on the top where you're sloping it down in the back. So, okay, that's number 1. Site plan, please. Probably right up near the top of the drawing set, David.
Page 28.
Like 1 or 2 or something like that. Okay, and I want to look at the garage, please. If I were to say that I think that the garage on a parcel that is something on the order of 2.19 acres is awfully close to that property line on the right-hand side of this drawing, what comment would you have about that? Why is that way? Someone's talking in the background, please.
Like, why is it?
Don Sharp, probably turn off your mic. So who would like to, that seems, if I were to say that's awfully close, what comment would you have back on that, please?
My comment is that we meet the setback requirements. I checked into this and garages can be closer than what other structures can be. And I can't remember off the top of my head now if this is, and you might remember, Adam, if this is considered a side yard or a rear yard.
It is a side yard setback.
Side yard, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we do meet the side yard setback.
So your argument is not about the quality of the semi-rural open space, but it's about minimum setbacks. Is that where you're coming from?
Well, from my perspective,
yes,
that's
that's why I'm asking, Jennifer.
Yeah.
Okay, and if I were to say, Jennifer, let's go to you, since you are more local than the others, that it just seems awfully aggressive as to house size, use, and that you have an FAR study that when you add that entire column of numbers and divide by 14, which is the number of items you have in that list, you come out with 129.5, why should you be an additional 20% larger than that if you are actually trying to meet the guideline requirements of neighborhood compatibility?
Well, I'm not saying that we are in there with the average, if you look at it strictly like that. I was simply saying that there's quite a few estate type properties up here, many of which are well over what we're proposing. And given the vast size of this and the fact of this property and the fact that we're building out the backside, we do fit.
What's the backside? What does that mean, please?
I'm sorry, what?
What, you used the word backside. What does that term
Oh,
mean,
the
please?
backside of the house, so that you're not adding anything to what can be seen along any road. It's not visible.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Anybody else just before we go to public comment?
No.
Okay, public comment. Do we have anybody for item number 6, 935 Mariposa Drive, please?
John, I didn't receive anything. Did you get a text from Tip saying he's not going to be able to?
Yeah, Tip is out for the rest of the day, everybody. So, and Dave is out, so we're down to 5. Okay, so we are here at Concept. Claire, comments, please. Do we need a site visit? Comments, please, about anything that you feel is relevant.
My comment is that I think the addition to what has been portrayed as historical house, which is pushing it to 152 percent FAR, is unacceptable to me, and I'm not going to. So that's, that's my comment. And before I actually make any further comments, I would like to see the historical document, because the existing house has been presented as it being a historical house. And so I kind of really want to know what's going on here. And I want to see that document before I make any further comments.
Okay, Bill, please.
Yeah, my gut says that a site visit would probably help me decide one way or the other. I think that certainly the style of the architecture, they're certainly trying to stay in keeping with that, and I'm fine with the styling, certainly the direction they're going. The part I'm a little concerned about is its placement on the site and how everything seems to be kind of jammed up against one end of it, which, maybe is a benefit, maybe not, I don't know. As Jennifer mentioned, it's in the back, which is possibly a good thing in terms of the impact of the neighborhood. But I think I'd probably like to do a site visit before I make any rash decisions. And I don't know if we would want to see a story pole set up, obviously, to kind of say, here's where things are, and kind of get a better feel. The 152 is a little high, even though I do see there are about 4 others that are higher than this one. So, I think the site visit will help me determine that information. Thank you.
Elida?
No comment.
Don?
Well, I am very concerned about the FAR issue, and I think a site visit would help resolve my feelings about that. Thank you.
Okay, so is it Elisa or Elisa?
Elisa.
Elisa, okay. This driveway configuration, you're getting rid of one drive and then you're basically replacing it. But the whole KISS theory of design, keep it simple, stupid, why do we have such a complicated driveway that's not working and then have an emergency gate, which looks pretty darn obvious to me, to find a way in? Why do we need something else that's disturbing the land and all the rest of that, please? I just don't see it.
Fire department needs to access the motor court to get the hose pools around the house. It cannot do it from outside. And the current driveway.
I know, but why not eliminate that new driveway and just develop something where it does work? Single, please.
Well, there is no other way around that, I don't think, for them to come in and back out. We don't have a space for a hammerhead. And the direction, the sinuous shape of the driveway we're proposing is to protect oaks.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I also am concerned about the FAR. This is not about I do not believe that FAR studies are about finding a few examples. I think it's about really finding a general concept. The one that I always go back to is Edgecliff, and then Claire will jump in and say, what about Fernald Point? And she will be correct about that. Those have consistently large property FARs on every house or almost every house. And it's really the neighborhood. It's not about one or two minor examples or one or two examples. Also, I noticed that two of your very largest examples were relatively small properties, about half the size of this property. So I went and checked the guidelines today. It used to say of comparably sized properties. Somewhere in the last 20 years, somebody decided to take that out, which is unfortunate. But I don't think I'm going to be able to vote for a project that's anywhere near this large. I think that if we want as a group to have a site visit, we can do that. I'm not so sure what that's going to do without story poles. And so anyway, those are my comments. Should we ask for story poles? One across the garage, one across I think that's the living room, the primary area, and then along the south terrace. Does that make sense? Other members, please.
I think, John, that whether the story poles are going to make you and Claire and maybe others that might be looking at this happier, it seems like maybe they should reconsider the square footage first and then decide.
Okay. Okay. So Don, I see him shaking his head affirmatively. So I guess the comment here, Jennifer and group, is thank you very much for a nice presentation, but the board is unlikely to support a project this large. So Jennifer, do you want to come back and make another stab at it, or do you want to come back with this project and we will determine what the board does, please?
Well, I think either way, and Kimberly can correct me if I'm wrong, I think don't we have to submit an application and have a planner before we can come back again?
Yes, I'm sure that's true.
Is that true whether or not we revise the project?
Yeah, well,
yes.
You get what we consider to be one free shot at the MBAR. Today is your free shot.
Okay.
So what I would have to recommend is take a serious look at reducing the size of the house. I would ask that you try to pull it off your property lines if you could. I know you meet the minimums, but is Montecito about minimums? So,
and John, there would be one other comment that I would put in
please.
here, would be for the landscape architect to restudy the height of these proposed walls. That, I mean, you pulled it out and the two together are 15 feet tall, which called up for me the site visit we already had today. And so I want her to relook at those two stacked walls are very tall.
And the driveway and the entry and all that too.
Well, yeah, that, all of that. I'm just, that, I didn't say that in my original comment, but I think that's going to be an issue moving forward for me. Those big-
Jennifer, are we good here?
Yeah, I think so.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. Okay, item number 7. This was our site visit that we went on today. 999 Romero Canyon Road. Chris, just before you get started, we skipped over item number 1. Is there anybody here for that item now, please? Okay, Chris, please go ahead. Item number 7.
Can you hear me okay?
We can, thank you.
Okay, great.
We had suggested that you do a study before today. Did you get a chance to prepare that for us?
Yes, I hustled back to my office and I have a couple PDFs that I sent Kevin. I don't know if they got distributed.
Kevin. Oh,
Yeah,
your planner. Okay.
Yes, Kevin DeSantos. If you can take a look.
David, did you get anything?
It
Okay.
would come from me.
Did you get anything? We made a request for some additional studies today when you were not there. I'm sorry you couldn't be there, Sharon.
Well, regardless of me being there or not, somebody should have told me that material was going to be submitted, because once I send out that link, you guys don't really go back to it. So,
Very good. So Chris, let's just try it without it. Let's see what goes on from here. Okay, so Chris, we had a site visit. Please go ahead. And now we will make comments, unlike earlier. So Chris, it's your turn, please.
Okay. I think if we go to probably the grading, I would go to the grading and drainage plan. It's probably towards the bottom. And I can explain what we'll go to that one too, but okay, I think it's toward the next one down. Grading and drainage, a little bit farther down. Farther. Last one, yeah. So when we were on site, we talked about and what I sent on an exhibit. I redlined the step wall that you saw that was partially bare, but we saw the top of it. That's that second dash, the dashed line, and it has a little pop out areas right there that's closest to the next one over. Right there. So that we're going to utilize that, which originally in the plan they had the 9-foot wall. We are going to utilize that as a terracing wall that's pre-existing. The adjacent terrace wall that's to the left that's dashed, that's the one that is buried farther down. So the result of doing that was to create going from a 9-foot wall, which is that dark L-shaped, upside down L-shape, yeah. Going from a 9-foot wall to a 5-foot wall, as shown now, it might end up being a 5.5-foot wall. In making an effort to create a lower impact for visually, and also to assist on the terracing. So we basically have 2 terraces. If you have this, what I'm calling the landscape flat zone, in between that 6-foot wall and the kind of half buried wall that we just talked about, that is the flat, the going to the right. That's the go a little bit farther to the right to the next right there. That's 40 feet. So that is the flat terrace zone, and then it comes up another 1.5 feet from that wall and goes flat again. And then what I created was a half round, and you saw the image. I created a half round fire pit zone that has stepped seating walls, and the stairs from both sides of the pool come down and wrap around that. So that helps in terracing, and also behind that little raised step wall seating area behind the fire pit is a planter zone to helps additionally soften the and terrace a little bit more up, going up to the pool elevation. So what I'm calling that is really an improved, I'm glad we met out there because we saw what the situation was. And there was a vehicle to actually improve the plan that you have now.
Is that it?
And then I think I'd fly. Well, we don't have the changed exhibit, but on this section, I did show the revised section, which basically that red line in between the wall and that second green wall comes down a little bit. We have about an 18-inch showing on that second green terraced wall, so we'll be able to see that wall now instead of being buried. It does reduce a little bit of the fill. So I have 749 cubic yards of fill. It probably goes down to 600 something. And I haven't had time to go through the exact calcs of all of the elevations, but that would be my next step.
Okay, thank you. Questions, David?
I don't have any questions, John. Thanks.
Claire? Claire?
Yeah, you go to somebody else. I'm just still, this drawing in front of us is really good, by the way, just keep it there. But then I don't think I have any questions at this point.
Okay, Bill?
So, Chris, you're showing, I know this isn't the one, but that red line, so that would be a 6-foot wall in that same position, or a 5-foot wall, not a 6-foot wall. And it would come to that second green jog to the right.
Kind of like in the middle of it. Yeah.
Yeah, and then that would, then it would go up 18 inches there so that the next red jog is moving forward a little bit. And
there's actually 2 more red jogs to make it even a softer, terrace instead of yeah.
And would you say there's enough room between the lowest existing 5-foot wall, the one we were standing in front of, and the first wall to get enough planting in there and screening and softening?
Absolutely. In fact, we would use the Guria, the vine or hedge that's there right now, and it would look exactly the same over time.
And would you be open to considering a different material for the railing that has to guard there besides plexiglass?
Yeah, I guess the reason for the plexiglass and the idea there is that it used to the lower wall. Obviously, it's not as high, but the lower wall used to have balustrades, which was pretty obtrusive looking. I mean, they've taken those out. The thought was that the plexiglass is probably the best thing that you can see through that without, it actually makes it look like the wall isn't as tall. And that was the thought process there. Okay. I mean, yeah, but the answer is yes, but that's the reason why the plexiglass was there.
Okay, all right, that was it. Thank you.
Alida, please.
Comment.
Excuse me?
It was a no comment.
Thank you.
I have to speak up, sorry.
No, it's okay. Okay, Don, please.
No comment.
Well, it's questions.
Oh, I'm sorry, no questions.
I don't think I have any questions either. So let's see if there is anybody. We had several neighbors today. Do we have any,
John, I've got a handful of people here, but nobody has their hands up.
Okay, anybody that would like to address us, please get your hand raised on Zoom. I think it's in the bottom of the page.
There we go. So we'll start with Kathleen Peterson. Can you?
Excellent, thank you, Kathleen.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, Kathleen, you have incredible feedback. Can you turn off something?
Yeah, I'm sorry. My husband just brought the laptop in with my computer.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Okay, so our concern is, we have several, but it's in this area, you can hear everything because of the lay of the land. And it's so open. And so anyway, so noise is a big concern, and we're, is this sports court what's being proposed here, or are we talking about the sports court with the basketball hoop that's already there? That's one thing. And then another thing is that it faces west, and we happen to see beautiful sunsets almost every day. But the people below us are going to see a bright, shining light in their face. It really is very reflective with the sun here. We often have to put shades down in the house, totally darkened shades, because it's so bright. And to reflect that to the people below us, I don't think they're going to like it.
Is that it, Kathleen?
That's it.
Thank you. Is there anybody else, please?
Mark, can you unmute yourself, please?
I can. Yeah, I just was curious with this, that the question that my mom had as well. I'm mostly concerned about the sport court and just the noise. So I'm wondering, what could we do, or what could be done just to mitigate, or what kind of protections from the noise could be there, and or what could they do about it? That's my number one concern.
Is that it, Mark?
Yeah, I'm also assuming I did hear in the last comments about, something about the paint, the white, in the past, the house was more of a peachy kind of a little bit softer color. Now it's quite a glaring white. And my question then is, is that, I don't know if that's, if my question is about the white color paint, it's very, I have to do additional screening. I think I can do it, but it's going to be difficult to screen it out completely.
Okay. Anybody else, please?
No one else has their hands up. Thanks, John.
Okay, so I'm going to close public comment. We all know that Zoom is not a perfect venue, so if I have somehow skipped you, I apologize. Please do whatever you can to get us to see that you're here. Okay, members of the board. We are in comments today. We are on for a conceptual review. No action will be taken, but strong direction would come from here, I would think. David, comments?
Yes. Well, after visiting the site, I can see how the higher wall that was originally going to be built was an issue. I think the way they're proposing now to keep the wall at the height that it is there existing, and screening it with the planting similar to the lower wall that's existing out there, I think I can probably support that since it has been lowered. I do need to see how that area above is going to be used and how the use of it might further impact the neighbors. And I can't support a plexiglass or glass rail. It's over 40 feet and has the potential to be reflective and really impact people that are south of this project. And as I mentioned in the meeting, we need more detail on what's being proposed exactly. I think I understand what's being proposed, but we need to have plans and sections that really show exactly what's proposed. Those are my comments.
Claire?
Could somebody please, the people who have spoken were talking about the sports court. I'm unclear. We saw what was a sports court today that was already installed and had the markings around that. Is that the sports court are we talking about, or are we talking about a proposed sports court?
The existing.
That's now, I mean, on the plans, it's called a new sports court. So that's why I'm confused. So that is the new proposed sports court that has already been put in place. That's what we're looking at.
I think so.
Yeah. Okay. Well, definitely, I appreciate what the landscape architect has done in lowering the proposed 9-foot wall, which are now, I guess our agenda says that we're looking at a new 6-foot retaining wall. And having been on site, I'm kind of okay with that 6 foot. I mean, and if we can anywhere lower than that, it's fine. And I appreciate the work that we haven't seen that the landscape architect has done, that the new layout that he's being proposed by keeping the wall that's buried under the ground. And I'm assuming that's going to come out of the ground and everything else is going to go lower down than that. So I think I'm okay with it.
Okay, Bill?
Yeah, again, when we get the drawings, pending that they're matching what we're all seeming to understand, I think I would be okay with that, dropping that retaining wall, obviously, and being able to screen and landscape the front of it. I'm not on board with the plexiglass or glass railing. That those materials don't work very well with dogs either. So they get scratched and marked. And I don't think your client's going to be happy with it at the end of the day anyway. So I would suggest something that's open if you want, and maybe you can get some planting in certain parts of it too to help break up the full linear length of it, instead of just one wrought iron railing that goes, 40, 50, 60 feet, maybe you can break it up with plant material or pilasters or something. Anyway, give us a proposal on that. The sports court, I'm not certain exactly what we have purview on in that respect. I think it would ideally be out of the setback, which I'm not certain it is. We don't see any setback lines on the drawing, so I'm not certain if it is. So that would be important. And I think, just as a good neighbor policy, maybe work with the neighbors and certainly trying to find ways to help screen it. That was one of the neighbors' opinion, was, seeing it from mostly the basketball hoop from their side. And it sounds like sound's an issue. So I don't know what you could do there for that. That's a tough one. Maybe be respectful of the hours that you're out there playing and no floodlights, that kind of thing. So that's about all I have to add. Thank you.
Elida?
No comment.
Don?
Thank you. I agree with Bill. I think that there are some details that have to be worked out. The issue with the neighbors in particular is very of concern to me because of all we hear going on in the community. So I would like to see a little more active commentary from the neighbors and the issues and how it's affecting their lives now. Thank you.
I am going contrary to the board. Claire actually was the one that, as we were walking out, pointed to a landscape site development to the north and slightly to the west from this property that had large boulders and sloping ground and things like that, that had what I would consider to be a hillside developed area for people to play. I don't know that we need a big flat area up in this area. Certain sites have certain characteristics and others have others. And I think asking for this is putting a square peg into a round hole. And I don't think that I can make the finding of minimizing should be kept to a minimum and be performed in a way that respects the significant natural features of the sites, which is one of our guidelines. So I am not going to be able to vote for this. I understand that Chris has done as good a job as he can. I understand that he picked up probably after the wall began, but had this been brought to us originally, I never would have voted for it. And my guess is that none of the rest of us would either. And I want to take a look at it from that perspective, not from how do we put lipstick on a pig. So I don't know if anybody wants to respond to my comments, or I found that I am odd man out on this. I don't know if others want to take a look. Yeah, I'm talking about big changes.
John, I have a thought anyway, just a suggestion that maybe
Yeah.
would be something that could work for both parties, is that maybe what I'm hearing you're saying, and I agree to a certain degree, is maybe it needs to be more organic in nature and not so harsh, retaining wall, straight shot. You know, obviously it matches the architecture of the building, but maybe it doesn't need to. Maybe it needs to have boulders and rocks, and maybe some sections are retaining walls and steps down, and it takes on a much more organic feel than just this straight shot running across. I mean, I think you could still create a nice play yard up there and reduce that area and grade, and, you know, just make it more organic with boulders and rocks and planting and that kind of a thing. Just an idea.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I mean, we have a permitted wall from everything I can figure out to the left of that red number 15. It's got that little, that's permitted, but it's down fairly low. But all of a sudden we're replicating it and extending it, and it's becoming a wall. So anyway, that's where I'm at. But I'm still, do other people have alternate opinions than they expressed? Or it sounds like there were at least 3 others that were willing to vote for this as it's presented.
Like I said, I like the organic idea, if that would work.
Yeah, but we need to give them clear direction, I think.
Well, the fact, I mean, maybe there is no wall needed. I mean, the landscape architect has said that he's going to, his new plan is to uncover the wall that I think on this drawing is number 13. And if that wall is uncovered, why do we need another wall down below?
Well, because they want a big flat space, and because Chris walked onto the project and that's what the owners had done without permits, and he's trying to get it legalized, basically.
Oh, got it. Okay, yeah. See,
I think that that's true, Chris.
For me, I mean, I'm thinking, well, we've got an existing wall up here, and why do we need another wall down here? Let's just forget it all.
Yeah, I didn't know if you wanted me to comment or not. I was letting you. I was waiting for a step in here. Yeah, the existing. You're right, Claire. The existing wall that we're going to uncover was helping to lower that whole situation that we saw from day one, which was the 9-foot wall. So we did that. The reason for that flat area is the resident has kids, and he's trying to create a flat area for his family. There isn't any in the whole site, but I understand the concern from looking from a distance. I thought we covered that with the additional heads. It's basically a green wall, and the same relative same height as the existing wall. So yes, it jumps up another 5 feet, but it's green. There was a lot of walls existing on the site, kind of to the perimeter, and we're kind of matching into that. I guess that's all I could say about what's been done today.
Okay, so can I jump in here? Okay, members of the board, I am going to ask for a straw vote. Good as presented, or do we want a significant restudy? So I'm going to go through the same order. Dave, good or restudy?
I'm good, depending on what they come back with more details.
Very
Like I
good.
said, I need to understand how they're going to use it and what the railing's going to be and everything else. But to my mind, the walls have a formal character that do relate to the house, and I didn't when I was at the site, they didn't appear that strongly visible. So I think if it's all pulled together, I could support it.
Claire?
Yeah, I can support it as it's proposed.
Okay. Bill, excuse me, Bill.
Yeah, I can support it as he is proposing it to be, not in the illustration.
Elida?
I can support it.
Don?
I can support it.
Okay, so I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 can support it, and I cannot. So let's get you back on for preliminary. Is that okay with everybody? And Chris, can you really give it the old college try and, you know, pull together everything so we can get you a preliminary next time?
Yes, and also in the meantime, I'll talk to the owner about maybe there's some surfacing of it's really a basketball court. We call it a sports court, but there is surfacing that takes that softens it, that actually takes some of the noise. It helps mitigate for that.
Excellent. Thank you all. Okay, there is no motion because we are on for concept. Number 8, finally, we actually are going to be able to get potentially a motion today. 415 Meadowbrook Drive. And there are past minutes, so very nice design. One member suggests restudying the garage configuration. So is it Ron? Is he here? Who's here for this project?
Yes, it is. Hello.
Hi, Ron, go.
Hello. Yes, thank you. It's a pleasure to be back. If you recall, we have been before you and received conceptual approval, and our project was really well received. Since that time, we have received final approval from the Ennisbrook HOA, and this will be our, hopefully our last step into getting to building and safety. With regard to the project, yes, you're correct. The one comment was if there was related to, we have 2 driveway entrances. They're sort of not really related to each other. One is sort of a main entrance into the kind of the formal entry court of the home. The second entrance is more to the garage area. The frontage of the property is at the curb about 317 feet long. So it's a very long property on a street that doesn't really have much parking. Or really, street side parking is kind of non-existent in that community. Our driveway, what we did is we took that driveway, and I believe, if I understood the comment correctly, was there was a concern that you could sort of look down that driveway and into sort of the parking court in front of the garage. And so what we've done is we've asked our landscape architect to slide that driveway as far over as possible to sort of avoid that visual corridor into that toward that garage area. We've slid it as far as we can. It does pretty much close off the visual access. There is existing olive trees along the parkway, and we're trying to maintain those. And in fact, we've probably been sort of maintaining them better. They were not very well maintained for the last 30 years since they were planted. Now that there's a new owner of the property it currently is an undeveloped vacant site. It is the last site in Ennisbrook. And that was sort of how we addressed that driveway.
Okay. And shall we just quickly go through the drawings, please? And David, I want you to take a little pause when you get up to PDF 15, please.
Because this is here for final too. Okay.
Preliminary and final.
Yeah, I just looked at the agenda and saw that.
Yeah, so what we have is a very large site. We're about 1.8 acres. with a house sited such that it's set back quite far from the street. We're proposing 3 structures. The main residence at 5,660 square feet. Side note, we are 100% compliant to our FAR calc. The main house sits varying depths from the roadway, varying from the 60, 70 feet away to a little bit, probably closer to 100 feet from the roadway. We have a detached studio, and we have a detached pavilion out in the rear portion of the property. One-story structure. We've limited our height to 19 feet. We are conventionally roofed with a pitched roof and clay tile, and in keeping with Montecito's or Ennisbrook's requirement for a kind of Mediterranean feel to the structure. Previously, you hadn't seen the landscape plan. We provided a grading plan with hardscape that reflected very much what is before you now. But now we have the complete package with landscape and water calcs, sprinkler plans, and plant material.
And lighting.
And lighting as well. We are night sky compliant, or dark sky compliant, and Mike Clint is on the call as well, and Mike Clint's our landscape architect and can address any questions you guys might have about that.
Well, Mike, do you want to just give it a quick overview of your planting, et cetera? We are on for preliminary and final. Dave, can you make sure you've got, I guess that's 100% of the, yeah, just.
Sure, like Ron said, we addressed the street with 2 entrances coming in, one to primarily a guest parking area that's off the main entrance. And the other being the access for the garage area, kind of a private entrance over there. We're maintaining the existing olive trees that are along the street and through there. We'll probably get a little bit of better look to them once we get in and start, taking care of them a little better than they have been in the last, like Ron said, about 30 years. We also, I knew there was some concerns about the visuals in those areas. So we have not only introduced quite a bit of plant material in there, but we've introduced a whole series of olive trees to match those. So you'll get a little bit better of a foliage and a buffer from the street into the, into the front facade. Each of the parking areas, both the guest and the one that leads to the garages, have a center piece of a specimen of Coast Live Oak in there to help break up that paving as well. Primarily, the plant material is geared almost quite a bit to drought tolerance and low water usage. Mostly besides the ground cover, besides the trees and the olives that we have in the front, we also have a mix of some ground covers, which is primarily drought resistant ground covers like Myopterum, Lantana, and some of the Ceanothus in there. For the main entry, you come in as a series of stone pads that lead to the main entrance. This is flanked by a large decorative gravel area, and that's with a lay of Palo Verde trees on either side. And that basically is your entrance to the main area. We have if you go up towards just inside from the right behind where the garages are, we've developed a smaller, more family-oriented space into there with built-in barbecues, a dining area, a fire pit area. There's a little bit of a vegetable garden over there, some fruit trees, and then we have an access point that goes towards the backyard and through there. On the left side, we have an area that's off of the studio, and they have a secondary structure into there. It's more of a private space that's off the master in there. In the back, we initially had basically, if you go to the next sheet up, we had that fully landscaped at one point, but we were really cut back from the water district to quite a bit. So we're basically concentrating the plantings up around the house. We have a large patio off the back of the house for entertaining with a fire pit and a fireplace. We also have a larger area for gatherings just beyond that, with gravel and a lay of olive trees in there that leads you out to the pavilion in the very back. We've tried to cut the water as much as we can. I've used as much low water usage plants as we possibly can on this, and most of the site is either a decorative gravel or some mulched areas around the perimeter. We don't have a pool. We didn't go into the use of the water and that thing. We do have one spa that's off the master. You can see on the left-hand side. It's sort of off a private patio over there, and that's primarily it.
Are you guys done with your presentation then?
Yes, I believe we are. And
Okay,
happy to answer
David,
any
we are on 15 of 27. Can you just hit each page before we start going through? It doesn't have to be long, just thank you. Water.
I didn't see any details in there anywhere.
Yeah, I didn't see him either. I don't think I did.
Light
Okay.
fixture. Light fixture.
If you go to the light, we have tear sheets on the lighting in there if you need it.
We're gonna get to it. I guarantee it. Okay, I guarantee it. Okay, so questions, please. Claire. Claire.
We're in
questions.
comments?
Questions.
Oh, questions. Oh, no, I have no questions.
Mr. Sharp, questions.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Bill.
The breezeway, that is not for cars. That's just for walking through, huh? Is that right? Next to the garage there?
Yes.
That's just a walk path through there?
Yes.
Okay. And we didn't see any details. Those aren't hiding anywhere, are they? Building details?
I thought we saw some go by.
No. Okay.
Oh. Okay.
Bill, are you done?
One more question. Exterior
Okay.
light fixture anywhere?
We have chosen so far to have no exterior light fixtures.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Elida.
No questions.
David.
I just was wanting to understand how the parking works in the central driveway, how cars are able to maneuver that.
We've got a 25-foot turnaround, 25-foot radius on that turnaround. So you should be able to come in, pull in. There should be 3 cars on the right, 3 cars on the left, and you should be able to manipulate your access around that central tree.
So that central tree element is flush with the paving?
Yeah, that's flush. We got a 6-inch curb around it, a little stone curb.
Okay.
And those two driveway areas are broken up with some planting strips just to break up the amount of hardscape.
Okay. Thank you.
Is that it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I have several questions. Ron, are you in the building department?
Am I in the building department?
Have you submitted for the building department?
No.
Are you aware that you can submit for the building department today?
No, I was not.
Okay,
However, I would
excellent.
love to.
So no matter what we do to you today, you can submit tomorrow, okay? And get that very long lead time
Started. Yeah.
clock going. Okay. Yeah. Mike,
yes.
If I were to say that what you really have is 50% of your entire front yard in paving for automobiles, and that seems inconsistent with a semi-rural, low-intensity environment, what would your response to that be, please?
I understand your concerns with that. It's if one of the things is we have broken it up with some planting, as much as we can. It is a fair amount. It can be cut if need be. There's no parking along the street. Your only access is to park pretty much on site. and you really have to come in to access your garages and turn around and that. It does seem like a lot, but at the same time, we've had to cut basically almost all the planting out. So if I remove that, I still have the issue of not being able to really introduce planting for water.
No, I understand, but there's, okay, that is
Can I also add that with regard to the paved areas, they're all off the street. We have pretty substantial amount of green space between the curb and the paving. And then we have, once again, we have more green space up against the house. So they're not, you kind of can be sort of that visual, I believe, to the site. The site sits slightly above, elevated slightly above the roadway itself. And Mike has sort of shielded those parking areas with planters around the edge. That was my only comment, just to make sure that that got out there.
okay. So Mike, to pursue this a little bit farther, as I have studied art, a common problem that I want to almost always avoid is approximately equal whatever, okay? If my comment was you have approximately equal paved area in front of the garage and in front of the house, is there a way to offset it so one area is substantially more important, and that should probably be read as larger, and the other area is substantially smaller? Do you believe that there's a way to do that and maintain the integrity of your design, please?
We can certainly, study that. My gut feeling is I would probably concentrate on the garage entry, just to allow the parking in the main entry and people coming to and from the house. You could reduce it to two and two if you needed to. The main area was just to sort of circulate around. I could probably cut some of the area off of the garages if I need be.
Okay. Claire, did you want to ask a question? Claire?
Well, no, well, my question would be, is it, I mean, the graphics that are on the screen right now
are misleading.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of going is before we start redesigning this. This is not exactly what we've been shown. This would, if the garages had more cement or more paving, and the pathway has less paving, isn't that what you're trying to get to, John?
I'm not trying to propose a solution. I'm trying to eliminate large paved areas in my questioning.
Okay.
Okay, and then David, PDF page 15, please. I guess it's 15 and 16. Mike, are you aware that we have tried our best to eliminate almost all site lighting on all new projects so that we maintain a really dark sky, semi-rural, not urban, not suburban environment? Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am. I read your dark sky, the guidelines in through there. We basically have everything shooting down. Well, I mean, if we need to, we can certainly reduce the amount of fixtures if that's something concerned. Everything is shooting down.
Okay, thank you. Questions from the public. Item number 8, 415 Meadowbrook Drive. Does anybody in the public want to make a comment about this project, please?
John, I don't have anybody here. Thank you.
Okay, we are on for both preliminary and final, going back through the same order. Claire, comments, please.
I think a large amount of the perimeter hanging lights that are in the, I think it's the olive trees or whatever other trees you're putting in there need to be completely eliminated. Period. I mean, that's,
Okay.
I mean, this is way, way, whether it's compliant to somebody's rules, this is not what happens in Montecito. Absolutely not. And so I can't give a final approval with this lighting plan. You know, there's too many lights, way too many lights.
Okay, we can certainly reduce.
Is that the extent of your comments, please?
Yes, that's my extent of my comments.
Don,
As long as Ron can get in the building department, I definitely think we should wait off on final approval and tackle the lighting issue. Claire is absolutely right. This is, I won't call it ridiculous, but it certainly is an awful lot of lights all over the entire site. Thank you.
Bill, please.
Yes, lighting for sure. Definitely there's too many going on there. There's no details either, so I would.
Architectural details, correct?
Architectural details, yeah. We need architectural details, roof, eave, break, window and door, finishes, how you're connecting those to the, and blending, you know, one finish to the next, all of that. We need, and frankly, I'm not sure you'd want to submit your plans in until you had those details anyway, because that's just going to make your checklist from the plan check much longer. So my suggestion would be get on your details if you haven't done them already, and then get it into building department along with your structural. That's all. Thank you.
Elida?
I agree with most everything that others have said.
Is that it?
Yep.
David?
Well, I like the architecture and the design and the layout. I think, John, you were coming at the same concern I had with the paving in the front yard. There just seems to be a lot of paving, and I would ask the applicant to study ways to reduce the paving. Probably at the garage makes the most sense. And again, the comments about the lighting, especially around the perimeter, needs to be greatly reduced. But I do want to say that it's a very nice project, and these are, and that the lighting and the paving are the one issues, but everything else looks great. And we do need the architectural details to provide final approval.
You done?
Yep.
Okay, so it's very obvious from my questioning that I believe that the entry driveways need to be extensively restudied to create a primary and secondary driveway.
We are.
Your choice, you know, and but I think that this is incorrect. That's number one. I will go much farther than others, and I think when people hear my comments, they will agree. I don't think it's just the perimeter lighting. I think it's the site lighting throughout the entire project. It is rare that we would approve a project probably with 10%, not a reduction of 10%, but a total of 10% of what you have shown. I would be very surprised if this board votes for that, for anything more than that, and it might even be less. And of course, I don't think that this is a complete application because of the details. And David, my favorite subject, can we go to the FAR page, please? Yeah.
I'm not sure I saw it. Do you know what?
Yeah, it's on there somewhere. I found it.
Can somebody tell me where to go?
I don't know. Ron, do you know where it is?
I know I submitted it as part
Oh,
of.
yeah,
maybe
it
it's
may be a
separate.
separate.
Yeah.
It may be
Yeah,
separate.
That would be
yeah.
Yeah, right there.
There it is. Yes.
Okay. So, do you see where it says attached garages on the top?
Yes.
That's not true. You need, I believe it's 5 feet, it might be 10 feet of joined wall, right? It can't be a connecting roof to be attached.
Okay.
And therefore that number goes down into the lower area, which means that this FAR is actually going to kick up a little bit, but you're below the number that we routinely approve. But I think it should be correctly shown here because at some point in the future, somebody may come back and they will look at this. Also, this should be on one of your pages.
I should actually insert it into the plan itself.
Absolutely. Usually the first page is where we normally see it.
I have room for
Okay,
that.
so do people believe this is ready for a preliminary approval with what I think is going to be an important change to the landscape? Or since Ron now knows he can go into the building department, should we slow this thing down a little bit and get everything right? People?
Well, I think my opinion would be to give him preliminary approval with the applicant to restudy the paving in the front, front yard paving and reduce the amount of landscape lighting.
Is everybody else okay with that?
I agree with Claire, yes.
Yes, I agree.
Is that a motion, Claire?
Yes, that's a motion.
And Don, was that a second?
And it's a second.
Okay, is there any further comment from that, please?
To come back with further architectural detail.
And all the details.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
and Ron,
yeah.
when we say details, assume you're gonna send this out to bid and what you want the bidders to see, okay? So that
Okay.
we get, you're gonna need to do it sooner or later, get it
So,
done.
so I'm sort of thinking, roof eave, window sash, all those sort of things. I have very simple with really one exterior material. So it's, pretty
That's good.
straightforward stuff, but there's a package there and it's not there.
Yeah.
And only because I didn't realize I needed it for this submittal. So
Do not be shy about your details. Okay, so there's a motion on the floor. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Thank you, guys. It is a nice project. Just needs little touches. Okay, we still have item number 1 with no applicant. Is there anybody here that wants to address the board on item number 1, please?
Excuse me, John.
What?
I'm trying to get your attention.
Yeah.
Is it full board or consent?
Let's come back to the full board.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Anybody here for item number 1, please?
Nope.
Okay, so Kimberly and Sharon, I do not understand the difference between dropping it and something else.
Dropping means we're not going to pay attention to it anymore until they come back and say, hey, what happened? Continuing it means that we are going to continue it to another date, or how can we continue it? I say we drop it.
Okay, so
If we
anybody,
continue it, we don't have to renotice. If we drop it, then it will need to be renoticed before it comes back.
That's right. But I don't know why he's there. But we'd have to continue it to another date. My next agenda is packed.
let's do it to the one after that.
Okay.
This is a deceptively simple item, but it is very important that we look at it. So let's not penalize them by creating a problem for them.
If I may say, they got the mail notice. And to my knowledge, they received the invite. So they're taking the space of another project.
Well, it doesn't matter what they're doing. What we're trying to do is come up with.
Sharon, one of our members had an accident over the weekend. It might have happened to the applicant as well. We have to, we have to be as gracious as we can.
I texted.
I understand the graciousness of it, but I also have agendas I need to manage. So I just want to put that out there.
I did send a text to Greg Van Sand to let him know, and he didn't respond. So maybe that's not a good.
He might be out of town. Who knows? Okay.
That's all we can do.
What?
That's all
Do we
we can do.
do we need a motion to continue item one?
No, there's no motions because it's not on for a motion. So would you please continue it? And Sharon, thank you for doing such a good job there. And do I have a motion for adjournment, please?
So move.
Is there a second?
Seconded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you all.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.